put my microphone on. So this is the regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, December 13th, 2022, a little after 9:30, and we're in the boardroom. This is Laguna Woods Village Community Center, and this is the notice of meeting and agenda. So first I'm going to call to order, and we do have a quorum. And so first I'd like to ask Director Casey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, do we have media here today? No? Okay. First thing is the approval of the agenda. There's two items I wanted to change on the agenda. And number one is item number 10. I wanted that moved to number 7. And then number 10 to 7. So, and it's because our VMS director, Khan, isn't available at that time to do the presentation. So we're going to move him up to number 7. And then the other numbers, discussion of social services becomes number 8. And I'd also like to change the discussion of social services because that person isn't available today. And so we're going to have, instead of social services, we're going to have an update on the solar panels to see how we're doing with the paybacks and all that. So that should be an interesting discussion. Those are the two changes that I'd like to propose. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Well, I just have a problem with the addition to the agenda that I just received. And so which line item is that? Is it the strategic planning, or what item is that?
What are you talking about, please?
So we got an update email saying that something's being added to the agenda. Is that?
No, it's item number where we have strategic planning in the agenda.
14C?
14C. Yeah, it's just an item to support strategic planning. Yeah. And that's 14C.
So is that a discussion on the town hall and all that stuff?
Well, no, strategic planning is by itself, and that's a discussion just about strategic planning. It's just an item we received from the town hall that affects the strategic planning, and I'd like to talk about it.
Yeah, I really would like to remove that from this agenda.
Tom?
Let me ask you a question. Was that update that came via email, was that only because of the electronic versions weren't correct? Because the ones in the box were correct. They already had 14C on them.
Yes, we just added additional documents because 14C did not have documents initially, and so we received documents yesterday. So we added the documents themselves to 14C.
I would like those documents not to be included because I couldn't open them. I couldn't see it. And is that in here
Yes,
now?
they're in the package, right?
Well, I just think that that's too soon. I needed to go over it. I don't think that should be included.
It can, excuse me?
Yeah.
Yes, it can be added, even it can be added right when we are sitting here. Like here, I am just arriving and I'm receiving this one. I cannot say I cannot receive because I don't have time to read. So this is just information. There is no voting over that. It's just information.
So,
Yeah, Tony.
Was this in our agenda prep meeting?
No, it wasn't. It came up after the agenda prep meeting.
Well, then it has to be, if it's an agenda item, that has nothing to do with the VMS report. Has nothing to do with
No,
that.
we're talking
It's a
about
separate item, this is an
strategic
agenda
plan.
We're
item.
talking about strategic planning now.
Well, if it wasn't in agenda prep, what's the agenda prep meeting for?
Well, you're allowed to add items after the after the agenda prep. And
There's a
if
format for that,
necessary,
and
I'd
there's a
call for a
format
vote.
for that. You're
By
not-
2/3 vote, we can add it. And if necessary, we'll go to a vote.
Well, it has to be, and it has to be a 2/3 vote.
Right. So I'll call for the vote to add the strategic planning additional materials that we added after agenda prep. All those in favor of including that in today's discussion, please raise your hand.
Well, it is just information. That's it. There is
It's not-
nothing,
it's
you
not
don't
Are we
need
in
to
debate
get a
now,
big
or
deal
we're
out
taking
of
a
that.
vote, or
We're
we in
taking a
debate?
vote. We're taking a vote. All those in favor of including the information in today's package, please raise your hand.
Okay. Okay. you
All
can
those
take it.
opposed?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, then it won't be included.
Okay.
Just disregard
That's
it.
perfect.
But the item itself is on the agenda
Yes.
still?
Yes.
Okay.
And
It is.
on the
It is.
item, we can read that one. That's it.
Okay. So,
Nothing changed.
any other changes to the agenda? Or is there a motion to accept the agenda with the two changes that I suggest? Oh, sorry. Is there a motion to approve the agenda with the two changes that I proposed?
Yes.
Oh,
Second?
she-
Seconded?
Maggie seconded, and you first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So the agenda is approved with the two changes that I recommended. We go to approval of the meeting minutes for November 8th, November 14th, November 23rd, October 11th, and October 11th, same date. Are there any changes or corrections to those minutes from
I
any
have
of those
some
meetings?
correction.
Go ahead, sir.
On 5E, on 5E, page 2 out of 6, page 5E, we have only one 5E.
E like Edward, E like Edward.
5E,
October 11th,
yes, on page 2 of 6, under first vice president, we says the vote is 6-4. We were 11 people at that day. This is wrong. It should be 6-5 or 6-4-1 or something. Because all of the votes, you can see the other one is 11. That's all I am saying. It doesn't change anything. It's just, it's not 6-4.
It was a 641, I believe, that
Yes,
day. Is that right,
641.
Michaela? Yeah.
So you should correct this one to 641. Another one on page 3 of 6, under secretary, the second paragraph, no, third, they said director made a motion. Who? You should say Director Blackwell made a motion to nominate herself. Because they said director made a motion to nominate herself. Who is that herself? Is that correct? And then,
which one was that from? Which meeting?
under secretary,
Right.
1 to the third paragraph, they said director made a motion to nominate herself. That doesn't make sense. Director Blackwell made a motion to nominate herself.
Correct.
And then, under the treasurer, they said President Liberator, actually at that time was President Ross. That must be correct.
Oh, that's true.
And under 5C, I don't know what I write down. Hold on, I find. Oh, under director absence on page 1 out of 2, Maybe President Ross correct me. They said Diane Casey excused. If she gave an email or letter that she's not there, is excused. If not, should not be excused because the other two gave the information to the president.
Which
You
page
can
is
correct
that?
me.
What page?
Page 1 of 2.
1 of 2, like back in the beginning?
5C.
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 Bottom right corner. Point, I have a, it's way,
Yeah, Maggie.
look right here, 5. I have a question
5C.
on that matter.
Yes, I
I
was
have
excused.
seen, I am unfamiliar with excused. There is nothing in the bylaws about an excused absence. An absence at a board meeting is simply an absence. There is no excused part on the bylaws. If you miss 3 consecutive meetings, it doesn't say if not excused. Excused is not a word used in the bylaws. So I believe they should
So
not
maybe it
be.
should be changed to absent.
It just should, yes, absent. It already says absent. Let's just cross off the excused. Okay?
Yeah, Diane?
Thank you so
According
much.
to Catherine, she said that if you do report that you're out of town or something like that, you would be excused. So I don't know. That's what I heard. Maybe it needs more research.
I believe that question is a question of bylaws, so we can take it up at governing documents or in closed session or something.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
because the word excused is not in the bylaws.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
Yes, but that's perfectly fine with me because I didn't know why Anthony should not have excuse and other people have it. And that's what I said.
Okay, we'll take it up in governing documents.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that was my correction. Thank you.
Okay, then report of the chair is next, and I'm gonna change things around a little bit because
Excuse me, did we vote on that?
Oh,
You asked
sorry.
just, is there any changes? And we didn't vote yet?
Okay.
The minutes?
You
On
want
the
to
minutes?
make a motion to?
Yes, and
change?
she already seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, so the approval of the meeting minutes is approved as changed, as
Yes.
amended.
Amended, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to change it up a little bit here because report of the chair, I will do the report of the chair, but first I want to do something kind of a little unique. And I want everyone to, if they can, stand up for a minute. And I want to just let everyone know that, all of the directors here work very hard, and they're volunteer directors, and they work for our community, and they've done a great job. And we look forward to another exciting year working for our community, united. And so I want to give them a round of applause for all the work that they do. So thank you. To all of them. And I also want to thank our VMS staff for supporting us all this year and doing a fantastic job. And so I want to give them a round of applause. And finally, most importantly, our members here and on TV. I want to welcome you to our meetings, and I'm seeing more people come back to our meetings now, so I'm really encouraged to see that. And all the people that are out there watching us on TV, I want to welcome you to our meetings and thank you for being such a great members of our community. Okay.
That was great.
Move on. I want to just remind everyone that as president and chair, there's just a few rules that I want to remind people about. And mainly that we're not going to have interruptions, we're not going to have debates, or we're not going to have personal attacks. And you'll be given a limited time to speak. And we're going to try to run this meeting as professionally as possible and as organized as possible so that we continue to get the work done that we need to get done. And then I'd like to talk to you about a couple things real briefly. We had on November, I believe it was November 14th, we had a successful vote, and United started a recovery plan based on a high-yield 4% T-bills versus bond funds. And we started our recovery, and we're going to earn on that money about $45,000 a month. And it's starting. It started a month ago, and it's starting, and it's progressing. And within 2 years, we'll have a full recovery if interest rates for T-bills stay as strong as they are. And we're also going to talk about a land use policy today, and which is up for 28 days, and a criminal background qualifications, which is also up for 28 days, and an anti-harassment policy, which I believe is also up for 28 days. So all of those three we're going to discuss and vote on, or vote for or against. And that's about it. So next item is the discussion of solar, item number 8, or actually, no, we moved up 7 to the Director Khan. So Director Khan, Norm, can you come up and give a short presentation?
I'm right here. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Good morning to the board members and our resident guests. This is going to be an unusual report from VMS. And there are copies of what I'm going to be talking about at the desk where Paul is. So if anybody doesn't have one and wants one, it'll also be up on the screen. Let me give you a little preamble of what this is about. I'm filling in for Manny Robledo, who was out of town. And with all the elections and things that are going on, the Memorial Care, who produces the Village Breeze, we produce it, but they sponsor it. They decided not to produce or not to release the December, January issue until January, which would coincide with their fiscal year. So the magazine, which was supposed to be out last week or early this week, yesterday or today, won't be coming out until January. There are very many important things in there, and the article that I have in front of me is the article that will be in the issue coming out in a week or so. But for those of you who read the Village Breeze, and I hope everybody does, I've been writing the article for VMS all of this year, and so this is the last one for this year, but it is now the first one for next year. So there are two options. One is I can read this, or I can just go down the items. There are copies for people who don't have it, who are in the audience. If they want them, they're there. They can follow it. I can read it and then have questions afterwards, or whatever the president would like me to do. It's only 2 pages. It's probably a fast read. What's your pleasure?
It's up to you, however you want to present it, but if you could summarize it as much as possible.
Would you prefer I summarize it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basically what this is, it's what's going to happen next year based on some of the things that happened this year. Okay. And by the way, I'm winging this. I have no script, so bear with me. This was an unanticipated appearance for me, so I'll do the best I can. The start out is that we internally promoted the staff. This is VMS I'm speaking about. We internally promoted the staff this year and hired newly hired department heads were unfortunately required to deal with deferred and current issues while also adjusting to new positions. So it was rather difficult and really taxed everybody to the hilt. Besides that, by the time they came in, the budget process began, and that's, of course, adds more confusion. And they were caught up in the highest inflation in 40 years. Hard to project out 18 months when you have a very high inflation rate as we still have. There are many changes that are coming next year. Some of the changes are upgrades to the current systems. Others will simply deliver substantial cost savings on existing programs, and many are service-related procedure improvements. However, in every case, the VMS goal was to upgrade systems, improve resident service, and/or reduce expenses, all of which the numbers prove that we were very successful at doing. There are many, many parts in VMS. There are 10 departments, and obviously I can't address all the things that everybody did, but I put the major ones down, and I'll review those for you. The major accomplishments so far and changes that are coming for 2023. The General Services Director, who, by the way, is a new director in 2022, assessed the village's vehicle inventory and resized it to meet the current needs of the village. Doing that, over the next 4 years, his effort is projected to save the village $600,000. That is a meaningful number, and we are certainly thankful to Director Carroll. The next big item is employee health insurance costs nationwide have continued to soar. VMS's Human Resources Department negotiated an exceptional enhanced benefits program with a nationally recognized provider that will deliver a savings to VMS of $500,000 a year beginning in 2023. So you have two items so far that will result in a $1.1 million reduction in expenses. And that basically, other than where that goes, that basically can go to the bottom line. In addition to that, the Landscaping Services Director, Kurt Wyman, he completed the report, and it outlined the need for the village to replace its obsolete and inefficient irrigation system, which has been in function here for 21 years. It's currently used to water the 651 acres of landscaping that we have, excluding the golf course, which uses recycled. And the VMS staff, accounting staff, calculated on a very conservative basis, to be careful, a minimal annual reduction of 74 million gallons of water, which would save the village $280,000. We're talking annually. However, the manufacturer came up with a completely different set of numbers, which we challenged, and we don't know if it's going to happen yet or not, but what they're saying is, based on all of their input and their experience, that the village could save up to $800,000, which would be a reduction of 232 million gallons of water used each year. That is very meaningful numbers. With the drought and the currently proposed water rate increases, either number is good, and we certainly welcome the accomplishment. In that department, that's been going on for a couple of years. This is not a new problem. They keep trying to refine the irrigation system and work with this or work with that, but there's been so many technological changes over the last 20 years that basically it's obsolete. Continuing with the changes that are major, broadband services. The village is getting younger. The people that are coming in seem to be working much more than before. There are many people in the village that, as a result of inflation, are doing part-time work, and there is a lot of people who are working from their homes. As a result of that, there was a need for broadband to include or add a super speed, which will give people opportunities to get things done faster and better. That is, coming up sometime in the next 5 or 6 months. Siobhan probably has a better handle on that because she's more involved with that department than I am. In addition, Resident Services is putting in a new telephone system, which will be fully operational in June of 2023. Some of the features that it will now include, which we currently do not have, is automated agent assistance, voice response, resident self-service and scheduling, and perhaps the biggest feature will be automated callbacks, which is very important. So you make a call, you can't get through, rather than waiting, you leave your number and you get a call back. That's impressive, and that'll be operational by June, they say. So that's another major change coming in 2023. In addition, BMS has come up with a program called Bright Ideas. It's a new employee suggestion program, which has been also in the works for all of the year, trying to figure out the best way to do it. And we've come up with a package which will basically reward employees who do the day-to-day work. And they are understanding of what the problems are. They work with the problems, they deal with them, and it's logical that they would come up with solutions. So we have put that program together to encourage them to come forth with ideas, and those ideas that are accepted and prove to be successful for that, they will be rewarded financially at different levels depending on savings and other factors that are not really important at this moment. So that's another major go forward. And then we have a really good one. The CEO's office teamed up with VMS and with the Orange County Recorder's e-filing program. What that basically does is allows documents to be recorded in real time, which is a very convenient benefit in cost and in time and in cost savings for those people that are buying or selling property in the village. That eliminates all the mails and the shuffles and the messengers and the time lag. So that's sort of to expedite, the purchase or the sale of homes. Going forward on the horizon, we have the strategic plan, which I understand this board is going to be addressing that today or discussing it in some form, or if not today, in the distant future. And the results of that, or how that came about, is that we had a meeting earlier this year, which involved all 43 board members of all the boards and VMS executives as well, their management. And they attended the meeting, and many people contributed meaningful suggestions to improve services, ways to attract, develop, and retain high-quality staff, and other very useful issues. The adopting programs that were adopted at that meeting are in place, and now they're being tracked for progress, where we can see exactly where they are. People who make commitments, we can hold them to the fire and see what happened to the commitments and where they are and how they're progressing. So that is another major thing. All of the changes, the village website, by the way, is going to be redesigned to be much more user-friendly. And on top of all these things I've mentioned, there are many more things coming. I suggest to all the residents and board members to follow what's going on in What's Up in the Village, the e-newsletter, the Village Breeze, and of course the Laguna Woods Globe. So stay tuned in. In my final statement on this is those of us on the VMS board who worked very hard are very pleased with the results of our efforts in 2022. We always deal with new board members, so there's always an adjustment time, but we came through the year pretty strong. It was a difficult year for the village in many unexpected ways, but in spite of it all, VMS exceeded its goal and worked effectively with our restructured management team. We will continue to do that. We will continue to monitor operating expenses. We will continue to find more ways to improve service and do all the things that you would expect of a business management board. That's our job. I think we do it well, and we plan to continue doing that. And my final word is VMS wishes all residents, employees, and board members a joyous holiday season and a very happy and healthy new year. And thank you. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? Okay. I have a, well,
Thank you,
go
Pearl.
ahead, Mary.
I have one question, but I don't know if you don't have the answer with you, that's fine. On the scheduling, the new phone system,
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
on the new phone system, where it will allow for scheduling, when a member calls in, would they be able to, with that scheduling, schedule appointments for the replacement of appliances? Because I know when you replace an appliance, somebody, either they come out or they send you the options. So will they, on the phone, be able to schedule those appointments?
Mary, it's a great question. I'm not familiar with the internal workings, but I'm happy to have our CEO here,
There you
and
go.
she can answer that. Siobhan, if
There
you
is a scheduling feature with the new upgrade. In terms of the appliance program, since it's a little more complicated, we would have to look at that. But as I mentioned, I believe Carlos Rojas, our Director of Operations, is taking a comprehensive look at the replacement program. So you will see favorable changes to speed up that process in the coming months.
Great, thank you.
And I have a question. Normally, I am good at computer and always I do everything online. Yesterday, for a short version, the website was down, so I have a guest to come. So I called, and I was stay online personally close to 15 minutes, somebody answer. So my question is, if all of this scheduling comes to the phone, how you can handle that somebody quickly answer, or at least maybe those feature like other places, please hang up and in order we call you back. I don't know those feature is possible or not.
That is exactly what we're talking about. If you call Southwest Airlines, for instance,
Yeah.
you can press 1 and get a call back in
Correct.
X number of
Correct.
minutes.
So it's going to be
Similar
like
to that, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hopefully answer quickly.
So we'll let members talk in a minute. So I do have a point that was brought up at our town hall, but because you won't be here when we talk about the town hall, I gave you a copy of
Yeah,
the
I saw
town
it.
hall minutes, and on one of the pages, there's questions that were from our members at the town hall. It's the page that's listed VMS on top and landscape and board. And maybe you have a copy. Can you refer to that? Do you have a copy in front of you?
Yeah, I have it, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. The issues with VMS and landscape are mainly employee issues.
I'm sorry, what was the?
The VMS issues and the landscape issues are mainly employee-related issues. And we'd like the three of the representatives that we have on VMS to see if they could find out answers to those questions.
Okay,
So in the
I'll
next-
take care of that. We
Yeah.
do follow everything that you guys request, because we represent you.
Yeah, if you could share them with your other two representatives and help us respond back to the
Okay,
members.
I'll take care of that.
Okay. Pearl, please.
I'd like to mention that we have a monthly United Mutual Resident Advisory meeting, and it was not active at all. But starting last year, what had happened is people that's having a problem communicating with the employees regarding the appliances or maintenance or landscape issues, they will come to us, and we will take all of their information and direct it to the department.
I see.
Employees. And within like 30 days, we get about 90% solved.
Okay.
So what I would like to let residents know that there is another avenue.
Okay.
Instead of sitting home and frustrated, please come to the resident advisory meeting. We'll be happy to take all of their information, and we will direct their issues to the appropriate department. And we have a very good results of getting things solved. So, while they're getting the phone system up and running, they can also come and visit resident advisory meetings once a month and bring us the issues, and we'll be very happy to help them.
Do you know when the next meeting is?
It's a first Thursday at 4 o'clock in Elms Room. And last month, we had a room full of people, and we're working on their issues. And I'm very pleased with the response that I'm getting from the VMS staff. And residents are very satisfied. So I just want them to realize that there's an option and there's an avenue that we'll be working together.
Good.
And I would like to invite them and let us know what their problem is, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great
May I
suggestion.
respond to that? There's always an avenue for the residents. We, at the VMS, we have an open meeting once a month. We have a closed meeting and an open meeting, and residents do come to the open meetings, and they do complain, and they do tell us things that are problems.
Yes.
And we deal with it, you know. However, if the resident comes to the United Board or the Mutual or the Third Board,
Sure.
and they have a problem with something, and that problem isn't forwarded to us, we can't deal with it. So I think
Yes.
that the boards, the mutuals, should let people know.
Yes.
that, hey, we are there. We are there for the, you know, we manage the business of the village, and all the problems that there are in service are our problems. But if we don't know about them, we can't deal with them. So I would suggest that, you know, anybody that comes to you people, just send it to us.
Okay. Well, one of the things that the residents like to do is, express their issues in a very informal way, in smaller rooms, and have a lengthy discussions, which they cannot do it in the boardroom. So some of the things that we are more effective,
Right.
Speaking with the residents and create the trusting relationship and work together on their issues and have them solve their problems, and it's been working out really well. So I just want
No, it's a
people
good
to
point.
to consider that as an option.
Well,
Okay.
there's another option. We have been literally begging United and Third to send their board members to our meetings, and they don't, okay? The only people that come are people, once in a while, we get somebody from Third, more so than United. I don't know, Maggie comes every now and then, but, you know, Diane comes every now and then, but it's not a regular pattern. And I think there
Yes.
should be more representation
Yes.
of both boards, even GRF, to our meetings, because, hey, that's what we're there for.
Yes.
Thank you. At our United Town Hall that we had Friday, a suggestion was made to have a landscape town hall. And I think that would be a good consideration. We should consider doing that soon, because that is a source of a lot of issues with residents.
Yes.
And so we can have our town halls geared to those items and have conversations about it in that open, more casual atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I think that would be a good idea for
All
us.
these ideas are good, you know, we just have to follow through on them.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Norm, very much.
Okay, well. In case I don't see you all again, have a happy holiday.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
We'll let you talk with member comments, when member comments come up. And you could talk about that subject. No, I was talking to one of the members.
Thank you guys for putting it all together.
Yeah, well, you could talk when we have member comments. And so let's start the open forum. 3 minutes per speaker, and let's start. Who do we have? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. We moved up solar. Okay. So
that's right.
Bart is going to give us a presentation on solar.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members. I am happy to report to you on how we are doing with our solar installation. But before we do that, I'd like to update you on something that is going to be heard by the CPUC in a couple of days. It's something that they call NEM 3.0, or Net Metering Program, which is the program that is required that we enroll in anytime anyone produces solar power to put back into the grid. A year ago, they entertained similar proposals as to what this new NEM 3.0 is going to be. That had been postponed, and now it's scheduled for December 15th. We do not know if they're going to make a decision or not, but if they do, there will be changes to a number of items, primarily on how they figure the credits for the energy that is produced. For us, what is important is to make sure that whatever measures they take, they do not take away the credits under which we sign up under, and it looks like any installations prior to the adoption of this NEM 3.0 will be grandfathered in at the original status that it had before. So for us, it will remain as it was originally submitted about 5 years ago. So with that, and we will not know if they're going to make a decision or not, and if they do, the earliest that will be coming into effect will probably be around April, and that will apply to new installations only. So we'll see at that time what changes they propose, and if those changes are significant enough to discourage new installations of solar panels for organizations like ours, where that return on that investment negates its installation other than the environmental benefits of producing solar power. So with that, and we'll have to wait and see what decisions they make, if any, at the December 15th meeting. But from what I've seen so far, as mentioned before, it preserves the original program under which United signed up under. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll report as new developments develop under this program. So now to our solar installation. Just a little bit of background. The original solar panels and solar project was installed by a company named Johnson Control, JCI, and included installation at, I counted a total of 30 carports, 4 cul-de-sacs, cul-de-sacs numbers 10, 24, 38, and 28. Sorry, they're not in order. I was looking at it down the geographical location. The system was designed to produce about 1 million kilowatt hours per year. It has consistently produced that much, some years a little bit better, but on average, about 1.1 million kilowatt hours per year. So we've produced so far a total of about 5.6 million kilowatt hours since we activated that system. The company that is providing our O&M service is Phoenix Renewable Services. They have provided that service for us for almost the entire period. What they do is monitor the performance of the system, identify when there are problems, go to the site, troubleshoot it. If any parts under warranty need replacing, they handle that for us, and they provide services such as installation of that new equipment. In addition to that, it includes 2 cleanings per year. Usually the solar panels are cleaned before summertime and about 6 to 8 weeks before the end of summer to maximize production of electricity. That has worked so far. During the rainy season, the rain will provide relatively not the same level of cleanliness, but it cleans up any buildup that it may have. Our installation within United is a bit more challenging because they were installed on top of carports. And the direction from the board back then was to minimize the visual impact of the solar panels, so they are relatively flat. And because of that, they tend to soil a lot faster than if we had a different angle. but because of that, the production is not as efficient. But that was taken into account when the contractor and the consultants presented that to the boards, what was the anticipated production. So as mentioned, we are producing about 1.1 million kilowatt hours per year. The rates for energy have continued and will continue to increase. We've taken that into account. We've taken into account the cost of operating and maintenance for the system. And we've done calculations as of the last cycle that tells us that the return on that investment will be completed at the end of year 2030. And after that, all the savings are going to be essentially profit for United. We will reevaluate that. The time of use charges have changed, and any time that the energy cost goes up, it helps with that return on that investment. It shortens that time because those are credits. Those would have been amounts that we would have paid if we did not have that. And as you know, under this NEM program, they look at the production for the entire year before they can make a reconsolidation of the energy that is used. And at the end of the year, then they figure the final credits that we get. And so far, we've used all of the energy that we've produced, so we did not have to. There was no over production of energy. We were able to capture all of those benefits. So with that, that concludes my short presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Okay, so if I heard right, you were basically saying the ROI is in 2030?
At the end of 2030, beginning of 2031.
So, and then you said that we're basically producing and using all that we produce.
Yes.
So then the net, it's zero. So how are we positive to pay against what our expenses are? Does that make sense?
So the way you figure that is if United did not have those solar panels, you would have been paying every month that electric bill. But because you are offsetting that with the production of power through the solar panel project, your monthly bill is only the minimum amount that is required to keep those services active.
Okay, so basically we're not, from the time of installation until 2030, there's no savings. We're actually paying to have the equipment and no savings, no money's coming back to us. The electricity's offsetting, but we're still paying for the equipment.
That's correct. The initial investment.
And we'll start seeing payback or profits or offset or whatever after the end of 2030.
Yes.
What's the life of the solar panels? Because I know I've talked to solar installers, that over time, every year, the efficiency of the panels goes down. How long are we expected to have those panels? And at the end of 2030, what's the expectation of what we're really going to get in offset of our electric bill, the net there? Because the equipment, we're paying out for equipment, so that cost will go away. And then we'll start seeing benefits of what we produce is what we're going to use, but because of the efficiency, we're still going to be using more than what we're going to have produced. Is that correct?
So based on my estimates, and I think that with proper maintenance, we can extend the life of these solar panels and its related equipment. We can get 30 years out of these units. And if that is the case, our projections are that by the end of year 30, United will have realized approximately $7 million in additional revenue.
How do you get revenue if we're using all of what we're generating and the efficiency of the solar panels is going down every year? And we installed them, 2015 maybe? So that would be, the life of it would be 2045. So 15 years we'll have of energy capture without equipment expense, because the end of 2030, the equipment will be. So how are we getting profit off of it if we're using everything that we generate?
So after year 2030 or 2031, when we break even, United will realize, in essence, savings that will turn into revenue, because then you're not repaying for that equipment, of about between $220,000 and $250,000 a year.
Savings in not paying for the equipment. We'll have purchased it. So that's not really savings. It's just that we won't have that expense. But if we're using the same power we're generating, which I think you said, then
So
I don't know where we're getting the profit off of it.
So
It's a wash.
So the initial investment for the solar installation was $3.5 million. If you had not installed that, you would have had that money in the bank. But you would have paid every month the full electric bill. For the first, until year 2030, 2031, based on the estimates that we've come up with,
Okay,
during that period, we pay for that original investment
right.
through savings. Now, those savings will continue, and I am projecting that we're going to get to year 2047 with these units before they need to be replaced. And at some point, there is going to be an upgrade of things like inverters that we're probably going to need to do at around year 20. And that, in the projections, I've already calculated that. I have also included the decline in efficiency for the solar panels. And yes, there is a small percentage of in the decline of the production of power as they age. But it is not going to go down to zero at the end of 30 years. It's a reduction in production, but not down to zero.
And I understand, it won't go down to zero. So I did misunderstand that myself. Not that it would go to zero, I knew that. So we're saying that then our electricity, whatever we use that is being produced, when it's a wash, that's our savings in electricity.
Correct. The savings are that you do not have to pay that monthly electric bill.
Okay, and we'll have that savings for approximately 15 to 17 years.
So through year 2031, it repays the initial investment, and after that, their actual savings to United.
Okay. All right, I got it. Thank you.
Let me try and clarify that a little bit, because I like numbers as well as Mary does, and I'm type analytical as well. So until 2030, basically, we're saving the amount of the investment of $3.5 million, and we will have recovered those savings by the year 2030. Is that correct?
That is correct. By the year 2030, you will have recovered that initial investment that United made 5 years ago.
So we're saving around $300,000 a year, roughly, and in 12 years, we'll have saved about $3.5 million. Is that right?
Yes, that's one way of analyzing the savings under this program. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of understand it a little better. And then after 2030, then we'll continue saving around $300,000 a year, which we are now, but there won't be any equipment costs. That's all paid off by 2030.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Yes, Diane, please.
Microphone, please. Sorry, thank you.
Is the 7 million you mentioned, the money that was generated to pay off the 3 million plus the future earnings? Is that what the 7 million, you mentioned 7 million?
Yes, so by, at the end of 30 years, you will have paid that initial investment and will have realized an additional $7 million in savings.
An additional 7 million, okay.
Yes, every year that the electric cost goes up, if they increase their fees every year, and we are having this size of a savings every year, and their fees go up, then our savings saves more. We're not paying the new rate, see. We're getting the same quantity, which is more valuable as the years go by. And so it's kind of a strange thing. We're not producing anymore, but our production becomes more valuable as they increase the cost to other people.
Yep.
Right?
Director Blackwell, you are 100% correct. And I was thinking as you were explaining this of an example that I could relate to, and that is, say 5 years ago, your electric bill for laundry 52 was $1,000 a year. Rates have gone up. Just last year, the rates went up about 7%. In the current year, you will be paying, let's say, $1,500 a year. But because we are producing that energy, that power, and it continues to offset that use, you will be saving the $1,500 a year in the current year as compared to the original $1,000. So those savings will continue, and as the rates go up, and that's why I mentioned before that the return on that investment, as the rates go up, will decrease. And we will be doing calculations at the end of every 12-month cycle to take into account whatever new time of use rates are in effect and seasonal rates are in effect. As you know, summertime rates are the highest, but that's when we generate the most power as well.
So, we've installed these 30 carports, and it cost us, we've installed these on 30 carports, and it's cost us over $3 million. What is the future cost of doing more installations? I mean, is that going up even more now, or have they come up with new technologies that make installation of this cheaper? Do you know?
So, and this is what I'm saying, this is my opinion on how the market has been behaving, that they're able to produce solar panels more efficiently. In essence, it will be less expensive. However, raw materials have increased. So kind of offsetting any savings that you realize from new technology, new manufacturing techniques. I believe that the net cost of new installations are higher than the original installation. Cost of materials are more, cost of labor is higher. And now with this NEM 3 update, we will have to consider that as well. If they reduce the credits from what we currently have to something, and I've heard as much as 75% reduction on those credits, then that return on that investment may not be recovered through the life of the expected life of these solar panels. We will analyze that as if there is a decision made, and we can look into closer estimates if the mutual would like to consider more installations within United.
Thank you. I have a quick question. For the Manners themselves, for the United Manors. Do we have any idea how many manors have added solar to their properties in the last 5 years since we adopted solar? Do we have any idea? Like, is it 1% of 5% or anywhere near that?
I am sorry, I do not have any numbers. However, there are standards in place that allow for those installations to be processed a lot faster and efficiently than for any other installation. We've come up with a program and under these new standards, and you are going to see also some revisions to the standard to clarify some language, but in essence, what we have in place allows for the installation of solar panels by individuals at their manors, whether it is a single unit or is a multi-story unit, which is interesting. Just, I'm sure you are aware of this, but if you are in a multi-story unit, you share the roof proportional to your unit. So if there are 8 units, you get to use 1/8 of that roof area for solar panels. And we will work with any shareholder that applies for that and will move it as quickly as possible.
And right now, the people that add solar to their roofs, are they basically getting outside contractors, and are we having any problems with using outside contractors to do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a recent survey of California, it turns out that the average in California of people who can use solar is 14% of the population, and Laguna Woods is not even 1% of that. So in terms of what California is doing and what Laguna Woods is doing, we're way below the average. I don't know if that's good, and I don't know if that's bad, but that's a recent survey. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Azar.
Thank you, Mr. President. While you were talking, as usual, I'm calculating. I heard that you said up to 2030 it will be paid, which maybe that calculation is a little bit different because at that time that this started, you times a kilowatt by the price of the electricity, and that's why you calculate. Solar system create energy by kilowatt. If you times by the price that we have right now for electricity, it would be more than, you said roughly, as President Ross says, 300,000. It's going to be more than that because we have to times to know how much we are saving every year by how much electricity created times by the price of kilowatt. And in that case, when I times right now, it's going to be way before 2030 that we pay for $3.5 million because the price is not the same. That calculation at the beginning was when the price was the same for electricity. Price of electricity goes up at that time, right now, compared to the time that we started.
So I think, though, we're not paying, the usage is equaling the production, right? The kilowatts we produce are equal to the kilowatts we're using.
Yes.
So we're not taking any profit out of that or dollars, we're not getting any dollars extra credit? Or is it a one-for-one on kilowatts?
So if the solar project produce more power than what United uses, the excess power, then we get a credit at a fraction of the cost of electricity. And there's a formula that SCE uses to give us that credit.
Yes.
I think it is, what's important is that, one, the system was designed properly to produce what is needed to keep what we have, to keep it running. I don't think at that time there was any interest in generating more power than we would use, as you don't get the one-to-one ratio of credit compared to what you generate and use. So at the end of every 12-month cycle, we're usually even or slightly underproducing what we use. And I believe, from my personal opinion, that's where you want to be. You maximize your credits that way.
So we're not, so at the end of the year, they do a true up,
Yes.
and we're saying that we are designed to produce as much as we use.
Essentially,
Or we produce even a little less, is that what you're saying?
yes, that's right.
So there's no dollar credits that are going towards the cost of the equipment. The cost of the equipment is another bucket that we're paying for the equipment.
I think the previous analogy by President Ross was kind of clarify that issue, and that, again, paying your monthly electric bill, if you were paying, with my previous example, $1,000 a year for one of the laundry rooms, and now you are paying only the minimum to keep that service open, and that will not change regardless of whether we produce power or not. And say that one comes down to, say, $50. Every month you will be saving $950. Those $950, if you had not made that initial investment, would actually be savings from your expense account. But because you made that initial investment, it goes towards paying off that investment. And after.
Okay, so we're
saving money each year.
We're saving money each year, and we're saying that money could be going to, or is going to, the price of the equipment.
For the first 12, 13 years.
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay. So it's not even that we're producing 1 million kilowatts, we're using 1 million. We're producing 1 million, we're using 900,000. Is that what you're saying? Not the exact numbers.
Guys, in the website,
Okay.
if you go, you can find it.
Okay,
Yeah. Everything we're talking about is cost avoidance. We're talking about the cost avoidance of electricity. So it's all based on that, whatever we were paying, that we're using that as the calculation for the payback is all cost avoidance. And if we can avoid larger costs, like Azar was talking about, because the rate increases, our cost avoidance goes up, and the payback is through cost avoidance when it's a break even on the kilowatt hours. So.
Yep.
I just want to clarify too, that we spent the 3.5 million. That money went out of our account. We invested it. But now we're just looking at what is the payback, over these years. Correct? We're just looking at what is the return on it.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You mentioned one thing that we could possibly improve the number of kilowatt hours if we angled the solar panels.
Yeah.
Is there a chance we can do that to increase the efficiency of the program at this point? Or is it too late to do that? Or is it too expensive to do that?
At this point, it will be too expensive to do that. It creates a number of problems because they were designed for the flatter angle. What it does is if you increase that angle, it creates shading on the panels adjacent to it, and it also increases the wind load on those carports.
I see. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much for a great presentation.
Great presentation.
Okay, now I'd like to open up the open forum for members. Who do we have?
The first speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Romano.
I want to follow up on the harassment policy that was initiated after a complaint that I made for elder abuse and harassment. And I see that nothing has been done, and I haven't been notified of anything. and it creates a tremendous amount of stress on me. But, there should be something going on here. And I did go to another board meeting, and they talked about bullies being on the boards, and I'm concerned that we have an issue here with that. I have two issues. One is that I was asking for last time is to have an accounting for that goes to the banks that says our reserves are sufficient so that the people that live here can get loans on their houses or that want to sell them. I still can't sell my house. My banker says there's inadequate reserves there, and it's like about $1.25 million or something like that. And I would really like to move out of here. And because I can't move now, I'm looking at, instead of paying 3% interest, I'm going to be paying 7% interest. And I know there's a lot of other people that are caught in that. We need to track that money. If you get a fiduciary person to come in here and go through the books, they will be able to find out where that money went. And I would appreciate that being done. Then I would also like to, because actually that's a California Penal Code violation. And my background, I did go to law school, and I did work for a law firm in Santa Ana. And I've researched this very carefully. And this is a penal code violation of 368. And it's theft and embezzlement, and it's from elderly. And the other issue that applies to me is and actually the 7,000 or 5,000 of the other residences here, is the turning off of the TV and the closure of the activity available for us to join with other people. Isolation is the biggest detriment there is to mental health. Okay, we have one of the highest suicide rates in this place. We had 2,000 people sign a petition to please turn the TV back on. Please give us chairs and tables to sit on. That's elder abuse. Okay, that's not happening. All right, and the best thing that we can do for our neighbors and for everybody is to make sure that we're okay and to say hello, how are you? And that was the lifeline for 5,000 people that utilized that facility. And it's still closed. And then we would come in here into the meetings and say, please help us. And then we would listen to the staff here say, oh, that's watching that channel 6 is like sticking needles in your eyes. Okay, and how does that feel to you? Okay, it feels terrible to go over there and sit there and to see everybody wandering off. And for the boards to sit in and laugh. Yeah, isn't that funny? Okay. Well, the recreation part was notified about that, and that's a felony again in elder abuse. And this is some serious stuff because what it amounts to is willful and cruel treatment of us. And that's a felony. And it has a 3-year jail term, and it has a $10,000 fine. And I don't have the legal section here, but we need to look at how we treat people. And, Gloria Allred is the attorney for 7,000 of us. I'm meeting with the Attorney General today. He's due to drive down here and give you guys an injunction to stop violating our civil rights. So I hope you will pay attention to what goes on over there and the 5,000 people that utilize that to have somebody to talk to not be isolated. You can't imagine what that's like, okay?
Could you wrap it up, please?
I will, okay? And I would like you to, wrap this up and get back to me because it was about me. And don't you think am entitled to know what's happened, okay? And that this still isn't going on. And, it's unfortunate that we're going to have a big lawsuit about this. These are felonies and elder abuse violations that shouldn't be happening here.
Ms. Roman, what is your manor number? What is your manor number?
2035.
And what's your name?
Elizabeth Romano. And and I don't like the security coming over at night and pounding on my door as they did before. And I was at Lonnie Painter's house when they were over there pounding on his dying wife's door. I have cancer as well. And I was in there throwing up from the chemotherapy, and you have these guys pounding, okay? We need to take care of the people here and love each other, okay? And treat each other with consideration and not laugh at the board meetings and about sticking needles in our eyes and give people a chance to get out there and know what's going on in the world, okay? This is just unacceptable, and unfortunately it is a crime. So, Gloria Allred is the attorney, the best one that I could find to represent all the people here that want this. So, thank you for your consideration.
Next, we have Chris Collins.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q. I'm here to give you another update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village on behalf of residents in need. Thank you. Neighbors helping neighbors. The Foundation of Laguna Woods Village would like to thank all of its donors. And there are many individuals, clubs, and other organizations who have generously supported the foundation and made it possible for it to celebrate its 25th anniversary this year. These donations have ensured the lifeline provided by the foundation has continued to provide need to residents encountering hard times during the past 25 years. So the thank you notes that received from the residents helped by the foundation really tell the whole story. For example, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the foundation's caring assistance. I know I was just an anonymous case, which makes me appreciate your gifts so much more because I know your kindness is there for everyone who needs your help. I want to express my deep appreciation for a generous grant. Thank you for making it possible to enjoy respite care from caregiving for my brother. This grant has served to improve my mental health. And finally, a recent fall injured and scared me. Thank you for the emergency response device coverage. Your generosity is very much appreciated since my finances are limited. Many of you may wonder how their donations help residents. Well, here are a few examples. For example, $100 donation will help buy 2 earthquake kits for residents who can't afford them, or fund 1 trip to the South County Outreach Food Pantry, transporting approximately 8 residents once a month. And both of these services are arranged by contacting social services at 949-597-4267. A $200 donation can fund several days of care for those with dementia or Alzheimer's at the Healthy Aging Center, Laguna Woods, which is located on El Toro Road, and it's provided by Alzheimer's Orange County. A $300 donation can fund 42 Meals on Wheels or pay for 6 $50 grocery cards for needy residents. A $400 donation can pay 8 electricity bills or provide a medical alert system for a fall-prone resident. And finally, a $500 donation can provide days of daycare services after a hospital stay or repair the hearing aid of a resident facing financial challenges. So for more information about the foundation, please contact us at thefoundation@comlime.com or 949-268-2246. Please also visit our website at foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org to learn how the foundation lives up to our motto, which is neighbors helping neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Next speaker is Mr. John Beckett.
I'm here to announce that 800 homeowners have signed our petition calling a special meeting. The GRF board has graciously acknowledged receiving those signatures, but they have denied our request to schedule the special meeting. GRF's lawyer says that we have called the special meeting for an unlawful purpose. The purpose of the special meeting is to give the directors of United, Third, and Mutual 50 an opportunity to vote for one of 2 alternatives. Shall GRF refund $345 to each homeowner, or shall GRF give each homeowner a $345 credit? You can find IRS Revenue Ruling 70-604 in your Blue Books. The IRS requires us to hold a special meeting, offer the members a choice between a refund or a credit, and take a vote. I practiced law for 35 years, and I can say with certainty, obeying the IRS is not an unlawful purpose. If you look at page 5 of the latest audited financial statements, which I've given you, you'll see that GRF had net income of $2,754,000 in 2021 and $3,516,000 in 2020. The IRS allows GRF to avoid paying taxes on that money by refunding it to the homeowners. But the GRF board has decided to keep the money and hope that the IRS doesn't investigate. A previous GRF board took that same approach until we got a bill for 3 years of back taxes, plus penalties and interest. This board exercised good judgment when you asked an independent investment advisor to examine United's portfolio. Thanks to you, we are no longer losing 6% per year. We are earning 4%, and both principal and interest are fully guaranteed by the United States government. I'm asking you to bring in an independent accountant to examine GRF's tax return. An independent accountant can reliably answer these two questions. Number one, are United's members liable to pay taxes on GRF's income? And number two, can we avoid paying those taxes? I'm sure you will give this matter your careful consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andre Toring.
Andre, before you get started, if there's any issues related to legal issues, which you sent an email to us or to Shaban and Catherine at 11:51 p.m. last night, we will address legal issues in closed session, and we'll address that.
Will I be invited?
No, the closed session is only for our directors.
The question with that, the problem with that is that's totally illegal. I'm the accused and I'm not present.
Okay, we will relate our answers back to you.
Do I have a chance to rebuttal appeal this decision?
We're not going to talk about legal issues today.
That's an illegal procedure.
Okay, we're going to talk about.
You go to any court.
Okay. Do you have any other issue to talk about?
That's abuse.
Do you have any other issue to talk about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have several issues to talk about. First, about VMS. Great that we have this bright idea for new employee suggestions. I wish that VMS can pay more attention to the residents. How about a bright idea for the residents' member suggestions? We have a lot of suggestions, but often ignored. Please, pay attention to the residents, pay attention to the members, give them encouragement, and let them listen to them and let them speak. Don't just listen to the employees. We live here. We see problems. Okay? That's one thing that I want to talk about. The second thing I want to talk about is about the solar project panel, the solar project, okay? There's one thing very important that we have to pay attention to is that if we put this $3.5 million in the bank, we get $140,000 a year, 4%. I'm not sure if that's the correct number, okay, 4% or something like that. You can calculate it. That's the number we need to compare. Rather than say, yes, we have saving. But if the saving is, maybe $50,000 a year, it's not worth it. If it's less than 4%, it's 2%, it's not worth it. Let's put money in the bank. That's called ROI, return on investment. That can be calculated. I would like to see board start paying attention to the ROI, how they come up with the 7-year balance. Okay, is there any calculation? Also, is there any maintenance cost included in there? Is there any supervising cost included in there? Our current solar panel is losing money because we didn't follow the vendor said we didn't follow their guidance of maintaining it. The only way we can sue them is, the reason we sue them is, we are a senior community. If we tell people about it, they lose face because they cheated the seniors. That's the only excuse we have. Okay, that's not acceptable. for the board need to watch, and for EMS need to provide this kind of information ahead of time so we can monitor it. To this day, we have no idea whether our solar panel is losing, how much money we're losing with solar panel. We don't want to get in, we want to see what kind of problems we had so far with solar panel. Why are we getting all those problems? Have we correct those problems or anything like that? Okay. And also, I would like to say, I got the cease and desist letter from the legal, okay, and I think this senior abuse, okay, to tell me that you are violating, we don't want you to speak in front of us, we don't want to hear anything from you, we'll make decisions, and you are guilty.
Your time is up. Your
All right?
time is up. Thank you, Andre. Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker is joining us via Zoom. This is going to be Dick Rader.
I didn't realize my hand was raised. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Robert Cunningham.
Hi, my name is Robert Cunningham. I've lived at the 748C for 8 years. During the last year, I have received emails from United board members on only 3 separate occasions, all from board member Diane Casey. On November 11th, she sent out an email to United board members because she was opposed to having United sell their mutual funds after United incurred a $1.5 million loss. On September 11th, she sent out an email that cast aspersions against 3 people, Andre Torn, Kerry Wells, and Treasurer Escari. However, it is the very first email that you sent out this year that concerns me the most. It was sent out on August 29th, and it was simply a blatant solicitation for votes. Now, to me, that appears to be an abuse of authority because any person who is running against her who is not already on the board simply does not have access to all of United members' email addresses like she does. That is an unfair competitive advantage, and I would like to hear from other board members if they think her actions should be condoned or if they are in violation of any board policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more member comments.
Responses to forum speakers?
I have one from a member. Yes. She emailed this morning, and I am just reading the email. Audrey, whom, if I say correctly, Hume 363 Unit O. I have a doctor appointment today, or I would try to come. Really, it should not be necessary for me to beg for an appliances, my refrigerator, that is postponed for so long. That should have been replaced already. Thanks for helping me. So I want to add this one, and you get a response from BMS regarding to that.
Azar, would you reread that, please? I didn't get it. Would you read it?
Audri, name and last name, Hume, and then 363 Unit O.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, and would you read the message again, please?
Read it again?
Yeah.
I have a doctor appointment today, or I would try to come. Really, it should not be necessary for me to beg for an appliances, my refrigerator. That should have been replaced already without begging. Thanks for helping.
Thank you.
Okay, responses to the open forum speakers. Diane.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I would like to respond to Mr. Cunningham, and yeah, it's on. So one, the issue of sending out a campaign, that is what it's designed for, the context. Any member who is running for election can get the contact information. That's a code, that's allowed by the civil code. And as far as the other emails, one was a mitigation because I was being slandered by board members and other members of United for various reasons as stated in that mitigation. And that is what I did in a clear format. So, and it's all true. It wasn't fake or phony. And also, the last one, I never said that I was opposed to the selling of the bonds. As a member, I sent an email, and all I said was, this is happening. The meetings are happening, and you need to be aware of it so you can join in, because it was not advertised in a way that everybody knew. So the people that came to that meeting were listening to presentations, just like myself. I listened to the presentations. The board member presentation was excellent. The one that was at the ad hoc was not, and it got cleaned up. So, and that's because of the participation. And you even said in that meeting that you thought I voted for you, and that was not true.
Okay, we're not going to debate.
Thanks.
We're not going to debate. Okay.
Well, I didn't say you voted for me. I said you were the one who was responsible. You suggested that I apply for that ad hoc committee. And let it be shown that you did vote against the selling of the bond funds.
Okay,
I did,
let's not
but
debate.
not at that
Let's not
meeting.
debate.
That's
Point of
not what
order.
the email was about.
Okay, point of order. We're not debate. This isn't where we debate. Mayor, please.
Okay, I have two comments. Just to clear up a little bit, Mr. Cunningham. When I was running for the board, I wasn't on the board already. I was able to get a list of emails, and I sent them out. And that's another thing. We need to clean up those emails. And secondly, on Mr. Torin, that the money has been spent. We can't put money in an investment that we've already spent the money for. So looking at ROI on the investment of what we made on the solar panels is long gone. It's been installed. There's no way we can undo what we've done. Nor should we.
Okay. Any other responses? Czar?
Yes. I would have some response regarding, first of all, go with Mr. Conning. Thank you so much for bringing this issue. Yes, they gave the email address to all candidates. However, they supposed to introduce themselves and say what they can do. You cannot, rather than say, like other member did, perhaps you received from Mary, what they can do and what they want to do, not writing bunch of fakes and accusing to other people. For campaigning is not hurting and reputation other people. Although you mentioned that, is there any consequence? Yes, there was any consequence, and they gave me opportunity to write and defend and write back. But I decided not to do that. I decided this is just bringing United down by sending all of this information to people and let people think and see how we vote. She mentioned with presentation in ad hoc was good, great, and still vote no. So let people think how director act. That's number one. Number two, regarding to Andre.
You know, I object to
Andre
this. This is not something that should be going on.
It's my time. It's my time.
It-
It's
it-
my
no,
time.
this is not-
Okay,
It's my time.
We're not going to
It's my time.
Well, this
It's
is
my
not
time. It's my
right.
time.
It's not
It's
right.
my
Okay,
time.
we're going to, point of
I
order.
do not
It's my time. It's my time.
No,
Point of order.
because you're not
It's my
answering.
time.
You are
It's
not
my
answering.
time. It's my
We're gonna
time.
stop. We're going to
It's
stop.
my
You better
time.
stop her.
It's
We're
my
gonna stop, and
time.
we're going to stop debating. Okay?
It's my time.
Okay, if you want to talk about something without personally attacking anybody.
Yes, it's
you
my
can go
time.
ahead.
When
Azar,
she
Azar,
attacked-
did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
cannot do that.
Regarding to Andre, I should say is regarding to what happened to if we put $3.5 million in the bank, we get 140,000. Although I am very agree with this, for this case, I am I should say I am very happy that our money wasn't in the bank, because the 40 million that we put in the investment gave us $1.5 million loss. If that $3.5 million was in that account and not put in the solar, we would lost, I calculated, $375,000 more. So I am happy that we put it in the solar and we get it back. So this case, I am very happy for that. Just you say that. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I've also wanted to make a comment too, that I've advised our board of directors to not send emails to more than 5 directors, because that opens up a meeting, and that's against civil code.
Good.
And also, additionally, I've also advised our directors not to send mass emails to the community, to the members, because they're basically saying what their beliefs are, or what and they're talking for the board when they do that. And unless they have the authority of the board to do that, I've told them to desist from doing that anymore. And that, I hope, will stop that from happening in the future, because it shouldn't be happening. So that's all I wanted to say about that.
I do have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Maggie.
Thank
please.
you. This is the responses from the November board meeting. Okay, Maxine McIntosh was talking about the solar equipment and informed residents that community has social services. President Ross requested that a solar update be provided this time, and you heard it today. Andre Torn requested an apology from United Board and VMS staff, and President Ross stated United will be creating a response to Mr. Torn and obtaining the court transcripts. And those are the responses to last month's meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. We're skipping over to the CEO report, I think, is next.
Yes.
So, Siobhan?
Honorable President, members of the board, I will keep it brief this morning in the interest of time. I just wanted to cover a quick few announcements. First of all, in terms of upcoming holiday hours, the observed holidays are Friday, December 23rd, Monday, December 26th, and Monday, January 2nd. Residents may view holiday operating hours for transportation, recreation, and the community center on the village website under the news tab. As a reminder, in terms of who to call after hours, if you experience an issue at your manor, a leak, a backup, etc., after hours, on a weekend or holiday, please call the Department of Security Services at 949-580-1400. Staff will assign the right resources to assist with your situation. Christmas tree recycling will occur on 3 consecutive Tuesdays, December 27th, January 3rd, and January 10th. The landscaping department will pick up the trees from the curb if you call or email resident services 48 hours prior to placing your tree at the curb. Discarded trees are ground into mulch and used in shrub beds and slopes throughout the community. Please be sure to remove tinsel, ornaments, and lights prior to placing your tree at the curb. 2023 mulch days have been announced. Mulch generated in the village by Landscape Services will be available for free for residents at clubhouses 3 and 5 over 3 weekends, January 27th through the 30th, April 28th through May 1st, and August 25th through August 28th. And as a reminder, Clubhouse 7 is now open Sunday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Additional clubhouse hours will be launched in early January at various locations in the community. And that concludes my quick update this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
I just have one quick question. Okay. Where I live, there is no curb. You know what I'm saying? Because you go down 24 and there's all of these residences and the curb is via Estrada. So how do we do that?
You can place it on the street or as close to the edge of the street as possible.
The entry street?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Shaban? Okay. Okay, thank you, Shaban. Thank you. Next is, next is the United Board vacancy appointment. So we want to be sure we have both candidates. I think one candidate is on Zoom, I'm hoping. Allison. I think I see her on Zoom. Yeah, she's there. And the other candidate is William Wilson, who's here. And so maybe if we could start with item B, your opening statements. William, do you want to start?
I'd be happy to. Is my mic on? No. Aha, it's on. I go by Mike. It's William Mike Wilson. And I know when somebody calls and asks for William, I know they're selling me something. If I could just briefly say, refer to the solar panels. One thing that wasn't mentioned, my wife and I put solar panels up about 5 years ago. And it's an investment for the future. But aside from the money, we've also avoided putting 57,000 pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere in those 5 years. And we've planted the equivalent of 431 trees. So it's not just a dollars and cents savings that we're doing to helping the environment. So thanks for that. So I have my statement here. I guess you have a copy. I just read it or talk about it or... Okay. Well, I've been in Laguna Woods 10 years, and my family has been in Laguna Woods for more than 40 years. I love Laguna Woods. I think it's pretty close to paradise. With our mature trees, lovely lawns, and open spaces, there will never be another community like Laguna Woods in California. I'm asking for your vote because I'd like to do my part in keeping Laguna Woods a wonderful place to live. We have a moral obligation to remain affordable for people living on fixed incomes while ensuring that our facilities are kept in good repair. I know that's a push-pull, but I live around I have friends that are neighbors that a $40 increase, very painful to them. They're getting to the point, some of them, where they're cutting their medicines in half. That's hard to see. I believe we can do both. I'm concerned about keeping our beautiful trees and landscape healthy, and I worry when I hear comments about our non-native trees that require too much water. I see new developments going up all around us that will require massive amounts of water going forward, and yet we're being pressed on all sides to limit our personal usage and even to change the very nature of Laguna Woods. I realize the importance of pest control, but I am against using poisons that inadvertently also kill squirrels, coyotes, and birds. I believe in enforcing our CCNRs consistently and fairly. Safety of our residents is paramount, and security must be proactive in ensuring that our rules are followed. And I would be honored to have your vote. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear us, Allison? Oh, we can't hear you. I think you need to mute. Unmute.
How about this?
There we go. Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Yep, we're good.
Well, good evening. Well, good now? Good evening from Zurich, Switzerland, where it's 24 degrees and snowing outside, and it is the evening. My name is Allison Bach, and the day that I moved into 747A was the rainiest day of that year. And I took that as a sign of a blessing in my mind that I had arrived at the right place. There are four themes in life: family, work, community, and personal interest. These intersect in various ways and evolve over time in my mind. Here's how it's worked out for me. One, family. I grew up in Syracuse, New York, and when I graduated from Cornell University, I married and moved with my husband's career, as did many women of my era. That led to Chicago, New York City, and Southern California. Later, I had the grand adventure of living for a year in Switzerland with my daughter and her family. I have 2 children, a daughter in Zurich and a son in Long Beach, and 2 grandchildren studying at University of Colorado and at University of Zurich. Secondly, work. My Bachelor of Science degree led to a short time as a teacher, then to work on Wall Street in the late 1970s. I was trained by Merrill Lynch as a stockbroker in New York, then transferred to Long Beach, California. I also brokered for Oppenheimer and Company in Century City. Eventually, I moved to Transamerica Life Companies in downtown Los Angeles and San Francisco. There, I managed thousands of registered representatives in 32 states, overseeing sales of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and annuities. I held Series 7, 3, 63, and insurance licenses in many states. When Transamerica was taken over by a Dutch insurance company in 1999, I was able to cash out into early retirement. That was a happy day in New York City, and then get more involved in community and personal interests. Community service, the third theme of life in New York City, has cooperative housing. A lot of co-op associations as a major form of home ownership. That's quite unusual in the United States, but New York City and California has them. I was elected to the board of my co-op on Manhattan's Upper West Side and served as treasurer and president for 5 years. Later, in Jacksonville, Florida, I lived in a waterfront condominium and served as treasurer and president of that board for 4 years. And being waterfront property, we had our challenges with hurricanes and all kinds of FEMA good times. The fourth strand in life, most people's lives, is a personal interest. Family and work dominated my life for a long time. But by luck, I had the chance to work at the opening of the post-presidential office of Bill Clinton in Harlem in New York City. I hadn't been particularly keen on politics, but the challenge couldn't be ignored. I stayed 8 years with that office and with the Clinton Foundation in administrative roles. In Jacksonville, Florida, I pursued interest in ecology and animal welfare by volunteering at the Jacksonville Zoo for 10 years, specializing in gorillas, bonobos, and lemurs. Throughout my career, I've served on various boards for not-for-profit groups in California, New York, and Florida. Now that Laguna Woods Village is my forever home, I hope that I can be of service to the community, and I would ask for your support in doing so. Thank you.
Questions for either of the candidates? Maggie.
Yes, for both candidates, the same question. Being a director can be very time-consuming. Some directors sign up who travel frequently, and so they miss committee meetings and so on. Do you spend a lot of time each year traveling, or do you have one trip a year? Or can you describe for us your traveling amounts so that we can estimate how regularly you can participate in being a director? Okay, would you answer, Mike?
So I'm a member of the Laguna Woods RV Club. And but my trips consist of mostly 2 and 3 day trips, and Wednesdays is my day of service. I'm a member of the Elks Club, and every afternoon and evening, Wednesday afternoon and evening, I volunteer with their bingo program, and I try to make it a day of service to my neighbors and people that need help in my community. So. We don't travel. Big traveling is most behind me, but time is always a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes?
No, you're lost again.
Lost again.
Try it again.
The other screen is blocking your response.
What is that on the screen?
She couldn't see the other screen and you say yes. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Paul, you take the other screen off, because anyway they're gonna talk.
He's still muted.
Okay now?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay, great. I happen to be in Zurich right now. I was really looking forward to personally attending this meeting. My daughter, who lives here, had an unfortunate accident that we can all sort of hope this never happens to us. She fell on an escalator in Providence Airport and fractured her patella, right kneecap. And so it's very hard to get around, and I came over to help her. So my travel now consists of trips to Long Beach, maybe once a week, to see my son and his family, who live in Long Beach, California, 40 minutes away, and then a couple of trips to Zurich that last, usually 2 to 3 weeks at the longest. So 2 trips out of town twice a year is my norm. And I've done all the traveling I want to do. Thank you very much.
I just have a comment on that because these meetings are available on Zoom. These meetings are available on Zoom, so you could participate on Zoom. And we have a meeting on the second Tuesday. We have a meeting on the fourth Friday for the agenda prep, and then you'd be participating in some committees and also in some committees on GRF, and hopefully attending some other GRF board meetings and VMS meetings so that we have a presence. But that's my comment. Thanks.
I should say in all candor, I was 30 years a teacher, high school teacher for kids in trouble. And I'm still substituting for that because they can't very well get somebody that doesn't know about those kind of kids in. So I'm still working sometimes when they call. I can turn down a job, but then my wife makes me sleep on the couch. So I do have commitments, but I like Zoom meetings, and I want to do this because I want to contribute to this wonderful community. That's why I'm doing this. It's not for the money.
No. There's no money.
No money. So I have a question for both candidates. I think both of you have good backgrounds and both of you love our community. I wanted to find out from both of you whether you have any experience, I think Allison does, but experience on boards in the past. And how familiar are you with our governing documents, our bylaws, or our Davis Sterling? Are you familiar with any of that information? What does it mean? Or can you comment on any of those? Yeah, go ahead. You can start.
Well, I've looked over our bylaws. You could have a degree and not understand them all. And Davis Sterling, of course, is important document governing how we act here. Robert's Rules of Order, you didn't mention them, but I know they're really important to know and understand so everybody gets a chance to speak and not take over the meeting. I didn't mention it, but years ago, maybe 30 years ago, I was on a board of a place that had 555 units, and it turned into a brawl, a free-for-all. You would be unfamiliar with that here, I guess. Sometimes it gets a little contentious. And when we moved here, I promised my wife I'd never get on the board. And but we look around and we think there's some things we could do. It was with her permission that I'm attempting this. So yeah, I'm familiar with those things, and I can always read up on them as well. thank you for the question.
Allison, can you answer that as well? I think you're mute again. We can't hear you.
You did.
Okay,
Yeah.
now?
Now good.
Okay. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I've been on a number of boards in 3 different states. And in each case, I've taken a great deal of time to read bylaws, CCNRs, governing codes, civil codes, and so on. Have been involved in many cases of litigation and insurance claims and so on. So I'm very well familiar of the tap dance that one has to do and the other experts that one relies upon for getting the job done in a collaborative way. And knowing that the governing documents are very important to consistency and fairness in a community means that you do spend a lot of time. And I have spent that time. I'm willing to spend that time doing that for Laguna Woods Village for United Mutual if asked to serve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, Mazar, go ahead.
First of all, I am impressed with both of you very well. And as you know, if you elected, it's going to be a fiduciary duty. So how you explain if some motion passed but is against you, and how you can, I have 2 questions basically. One is how you deal with that. Can you accept as a board and not write down or talk behind the other person and that you didn't like it because it's not exactly your view? And number 2, how you can put the benefit of the whole community and residents first before your personal things, because you are be elected and you have working for them, and although it's volunteer job. So either of you, Mike, would you like to?
Well, I think Robert's Rules of Order, if you follow those, everybody gets a chance to speak, and it's run by the chairman. And I've had a lot of, I would say, success in my life, but I've also had my fair share of failures. And it's how you handle the failures and things don't go against you, with you, that makes the person that you are. And you mentioned the CCNRs. I've read them extensively. I believe in them. And I wouldn't move into a community like this. And then I don't understand, frankly, some people will move into, after having read the CNRs and signed that they understand them, will move in and on Monday and begin fighting everything on Tuesday. We went through the documents. We said, I can live with this. You know, I can't park on the lawn, but neither can my neighbor, kind of thing. So I would hope to keep myself above any fray and be able to be of service to my neighbors.
Thank you. And Allison?
Well, boards are teams, and there are lots of team members who bring to bear on any task that has to be done. And we all have individual talents, experiences to bring to bear to problem solving, and partners outside the board to rely upon, like VMS, like the lawyers who are of counsel to us, or accountants, and so on, and the many, many people that form the community and all the constituencies within the community. So the concept of team, as the old cliche goes, there is no I in team. I believe that sincerely, and I believe in the validity and the dignity and the intelligence of every single person I work with, and can learn from each and every one of them, and need to take each and every one of them into account in decision making. So I have no agenda at all except to make a worthwhile contribution to the community. I don't have competing interests. I have very little outside involvement right now because I haven't lived that long in Laguna Woods Village, although I lived in California a long time, 16 years. But right now, I have time, I have no conflicts, and I'll be glad to be of service.
Thank you.
Any other questions from our directors? Okay. Oh, Cash. Go ahead.
The question is for both the candidates. What in your mind is lacking in our board at this time, and what can you contribute to improve that? Explain briefly. Thank you. Whoever, take first.
Allison, would you like to begin? I've been taking all the questions first. Would you like, should I defer to you, or do you
I
want
don't think there's anything, I don't think there's anything lacking in the board. I see a group of very strong, intelligent, and dedicated people who are willing to take their free time and put their shoulder to the wheel of serving this community. I don't think there's anything lacking. I think that our talents can be brought forward and put aside sometimes, that we can learn from each other, defer to each other, encourage each other, help each other. I think you've got a great team.
Well, every time I read the qualifications of the board members and VMS, I'm stunned at the qualifications of the people. I mean, degrees in economics and engineering and doctorates and this and that. You know, I mean, I have a master's degree, but nothing like what I've read, the qualifications, and that you're willing to do this. I think you deserve and have earned a lot of respect from everybody. So I have no critical thing to say, except what I may be able to do is bring a fresh pair of eyes to things. I have my viewpoints. I have people I've talked a lot to in the 10 years I've been here. And, you know, as I mentioned in my opening statement, I think some of the things that I hope I can help focus on is landscaping. I'm concerned about security a little bit, and I am really brokenhearted at some of my neighbors who have told me these assessments, I understand why they're necessary, but we have people that have lived here many years on Social Security, and $30 or $40, you know, we may be able to, doesn't maybe hurt my wife and I as much as it does some of my neighbors. I mean, they're really hurting with that. I know we have to keep up the facility, so I don't want to get on a soapbox about that, but I would bring a fresh pair of eyes, and I have a lot to learn. I'd be willing to learn how it goes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm supposed to ask a question, so I want to first say that thank you, Allison, thank you, Mike. I think you're both good candidates, and unfortunately, only one of you will be selected. And my question is, will you be willing to serve at a later date, whichever, if you weren't elected today? Because I think you're both very good. So will you?
Yeah, speaking for myself, of course, another opportunity opens up. If I'm available, I'll take it.
Certainly.
Can you hear us?
I have a question.
Did you hear the question, Allison?
Yes, certainly I'd be able to. Yes, I'm willing to. Sure.
My question is to Allison. I know that Mike had told me, said that he has lived here for about 10 years and know quite a few of your neighbors. Yes. Allison, how long have you lived in the village?
1 year.
1 year, okay. So do you know some of your neighbors?
Oh, yes, of course. In fact, one of my neighbors spoke earlier in the open session. I served on the ad hoc committee that Treasurer Azar assembled for looking at our investment account, got to know some folks that way. Mm-hmm. And yes, I do know my neighbors.
Okay.
My son, who lives in the area, is a certified financial planner with U.S. Bank, and a number of his clients live in Laguna Woods Village, and I've done some socializing with those lovely people. So I do have some social network here.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm asking this is sometimes the best suggestion comes from your neighbors. And those are real suggestions. So I'm always interested how you interact with the neighbors and how long you've been around. Sometimes, if you've been here, if you've been around longer, then you will have more context. But it's always, I always appreciate the inputs from our neighbors. And it really helps me to focus on my different projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've talked a little bit around this one, but I'd like to put a point forward. As a director, our loyalty is first to the corporation. If the corporation fails, then we all fail. So we have to work for the best of the corporation. It might pinch the members a little bit, and we have to do what we can to try and avoid that. Would you be able to make the hard decisions and to take the responsibility and withstand the kickbacks that you get from residents when you're really trying to do what is best to make this place survive? Will you be able to defend a raise in dues if it means to save the services rather than let the services decline? Thank you, Tom. Mike.
Okay. You've really hit to the meat of the problem. I think in my 10 years here, there's two kinds of people living in Laguna Woods in a way. Some people are both still working, and they have disposable income. And some people have more money than others. And they don't mind spending so much on this to upgrade something, or they want to have, and I don't blame them, world-class facilities here. But I happen to know personally more than a few people that are struggling, really struggling. And would I be able to make those decisions? Yes. I understand that that's a painful thing to do, but I would be able to do that. I'd say, I was on a jury once, and I helped convict a guy who was obviously guilty, but I could see he was going to lose his job. He was going to possibly lose his home and his family. He was guilty, and I found him so as part of the jury, but I didn't enjoy it. I thought I would, because the guy was kind of a, character. But it's no fun, and the responsibility that you take on to save the corporation, we have to have the services for everybody, or nobody survives. Thank you.
Allison, could you answer that?
Yes, I've been on condominium and co-op boards before, and every single month it seems that there would be something that was difficult for people to swallow, for some people to accept. And there are always, it seems, a sort of a cycle of problems that would go on. And my approach was to be factual, to find out the facts of the problem, find a way to present those facts of whatever the problem was, in an honest and forthright way, to believe that my fellow residents have the capability and the goodwill to solve problems together, and to recognize that we are collegial. Our welfare depends on each other and on doing well for each other. And for the corporation, that is the definition of a corporate body. Consists of many members. So the hard decisions, yes, I've had a lot of practice dealing with hard decisions with obstreperous and unpleasant people sometimes, people who obdurately refuse to understand the problem because it might cost them some money. And yeah, it's hard, but I've done it before and I will be glad to do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Any other questions? No? Okay. So now we're going to listen to your closing statements. So let's let Allison go first. for her closing statement. If you will, Allison, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, what's next? That's always the challenge for a board because change happens ready or not. Communities are organic and with changing needs and changing characters. To me, the challenge for the United Mutual Board is to preserve the best aspects of what's made the village flourish and plan accurately for now and for tomorrow. Every year, about 500 units in Laguna Woods Village are sold, and that means about 750 new neighbors join us, replacing the old. 750 a year, over 10 years' time. That turnover brings in thousands of new residents here, and all have their own expectations, their hopes, and their needs. It's not a static community. It's a highly dynamic community. In recent times, there's been a growing demand for high-quality connectivity. When we talk about how those needs and demands changed. For charging stations for EVs, for different mobility services, for different sport and recreation types, for easier home delivery of everything, because if you notice, people are getting home delivery of every single item in their life. I'd like to survey or focus group with our real estate agents who serve United to find out what they hear from prospects who buy or for those who do not buy here. What are their impressions, plus and minus, of United? What factors truly keep our price values strong? And VMS can provide critical information on this topic as well. I feel we need to take a good, strong look at where we are today and find out from those who are close to where the rubber hits the road, that is the selling and the buying of units, to find out what exactly our status is these days and what the future demands might be. Town halls and online or mailed surveys of newcomers, for example, might be very informative and useful. Why are people coming in here, and what do we need to provide for them? In summary, I would like to help balance the best of what we have been and what we are with the future of our community's desires and needs. I can offer experience in fiduciary responsibility, in teamwork, problem solving, and always act in fairness, objectivity, and consideration of all. And that is my respectful submission to you, my board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. Okay. We'll go to the entertain a motion to commence. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry.
Well, my answer was so good, you didn't even.
It was like invisible.
So,
thank you.
So
sorry.
No problem. I believe in love and service, as corny as that sounds. I want to dedicate more of my time to servicing, to be of service to my neighbors. And I'll admit, I don't know a lot about what you know, but I'm willing to learn and willing to listen and learn what I don't know, because I obviously don't have fantastic qualifications like many of you have, but I do have the ability to learn, and I'm enthusiastic about it. I would like to brag a little bit that today at 6 o'clock, I'm going to see one of my former students be oathed into the office of City Council in Garden Grove. And that young lady I met in 2008, right from Vietnam. She spoke no English. And the teachers that I was proud to work with, we put our arms around her, and she has a master's degree. She's graduated from the Navy, and now she's going to be a city council person for Garden Grove. I'm very proud, and that I had a part to play in that. And when I see a burden that my neighbors are, whether it's helping with packages or somebody to talk to or just befriending people, that's where I want to be. And I thought I could do more of that by working with you on United. So that's what I have. Thank you.
You both make excellent candidates, and unfortunately we're going to have to select one of you, but we hope that the other one will continue to vie for a position on our board or at least attend our meetings going forward. So at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to commence balloting. Would anyone like to make the motion? Diane?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. And seconded by Cash? Okay. Okay. So let's, we'll start the balloting at this point.
I have a point of inquiry here. I put my card in for, to make a comment on this motion. I have a point of inquiry.
No, there's no comments at this section.
How do you know, how does one know that?
Well, I just told you. There's no comments at this section. You can't talk at the member comments. That's when you talk.
There are 11 members to the board. Where are the other two?
Okay. Okay, so let's have an entertain a motion to cease balloting. Do I hear a motion? Okay.
Move the motion.
Okay, Mary and Czar second.
You can go.
Okay.
With 6 votes, it's for Allison Bach, and with 3 votes is for Mike Wilson. The winner will be Allison Bach.
Thank you.
And Mike, please back. I said, Mike, please back. He's very good.
Allison is welcome to join the board when Allison, you're welcome to rejoin the board when you get back from Switzerland. We welcome you, and
Thank you.
thank you, Mike, for vying for this position. And so as soon as you get back, you're welcome to join our board. Thank you, Allison, and congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your confidence, and I'm not going to disappoint you. I just really feel strongly that there's a lot here that we can do together, and I hope to be a good friend, a good neighbor, and a good team member with you. And boy, I can't wait to get back now. So, and warm up a little bit too. It's damn cold here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison.
Okay, next item of business is the consent calendar.
Next item of business is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items shall be subject of further discussion and action by the board. So is there any motion to either remove or to accept this consent calendar?
Make motion to move all at once.
What was your motion?
Yeah,
To approve.
To approve the motion all at once.
Okay, it's seconded by Diane. Any discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion, the consent calendar items are all approved.
There is only one.
But there's 5.
No.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's
Yes.
A and C
Yeah, right, that's all.
and D, I guess. C and D. Okay,
No, there is just A and D.
A and D.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Unfinished business, item number 14. First item is to entertain a motion to approve, oh, you know what? One of the directors asked if we could take a short break. So why don't we take a short break and then continue? Maybe 5-minute break.
Yes, please.
Okay, please.
Everybody run to the bathroom.
Sorry I did that.
What did you want to talk about? So we want to entertain a motion to approve proposed revision to land use policy. This policy is up for 28 days. It's been notified to our members. It is in today's package. And so based on civil code, that's been satisfied. Is there a motion to approve the land use policy?
I make a motion
To approve. Okay. Is there a second? Cash seconds it. Okay. Any discussion about this motion, please?
It should be read.
Okay, you're right. So who reads it? I guess you read it. Okay. 14A.
Okay.
Read the pink page.
The pink page, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
All right, resolution 01-22-XX, land use alteration policy, adopted April 2002. I'm going to leave out the adoption part. Okay. Whereas the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual Board established policies and procedures for the construction of any alterations, additions, and expansions, and whereas the Board, through resolutions U0246, U-02-155, 0104, 54, 01, 07, 45, 01, 08, 73, 01, 17, 94, and 01, 19, 12, collectively referred to as the land use policy, adopted and implemented the land use alteration policy, some of which allowed members in limited circumstances to make exclusive use of certain portions of the common area to expand the footprint of their unit, and whereas members have expressed concern over the land use policy and in general the board's policy to allow members to use common area for their exclusive use by making alterations to units that expand the improvements beyond the original footprint, and whereas the original footprint shall be defined as the unit, original patios, courtyards, and atriums as shown on the original floor plans, and whereas members have been permitted to construct alterations on previously approved or grandfathered expansions of the original footprint, and whereas the board has consulted with staff, legal counsel, and having previously terminated the land use policy that allowed members to make exclusive use of common area through such alterations. Now therefore be it resolved, December 13, 2022, that the board hereby introduces the revised land use policy, and now therefore be it resolved that California Civil Code Sections 4600 states that the affirmative vote of members owning at least 67% of the separate interests in the common interest development shall be required before the board may grant exclusive use of any portion of the common area to a member, and resolve further that the board of directors determines that there are no exclusive use common areas outside of the original footprint of the manor, and therefore California Civil Code Section 4600B3E is not applicable to it. Override it. The paper overrode it. To variance requests, and resolve further that the Board of Directors acknowledges that current and active standards that allows improvements in common areas, such as the installation of solar panels, lifts, ramps, etc., will continue to be in effect, and resolve further that the Board of Directors shall not approve any alterations expanding the original footprint of units. Some examples include the installation of new sliding doors that lead into common areas, which require the installation of a landing in common area, and the installation of pads in common areas for golf cart parking. but that all such alterations currently in place, which have already been approved under the land use policy, are grandfathered, and resolve further that no further alteration may be approved or constructed on any previously approved, permitted, or grandfathered alteration that encroaches upon common area, other than, like for equivalent, that augments, enlarges, or changes the construction, purpose, or use of the previously approved, permitted, or grandfathered alteration, and resolve further that no new exclusive use improvement, room extension, or room addition may be constructed in common areas or on any previously approved or grandfathered expanded footprint area, and resolve further that the determination of whether a proposed alteration is like for equivalent shall be made by staff in consultation with the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee, and subject to appeal to the board, whose decision shall be final and made in the board's sole and absolute discretion, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. November initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied.
Are there any questions about?
I move this resolution.
Be approved.
I think it's already been moved already.
Oh, it's
And
already
been
been
seconded.
approved.
So now we'll open it up to questions. Any questions or comments? Tom?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. Is there ever a situation that we would want to make an exception on this policy, and this policy doesn't really allow for that exception? I guess I would address that to the VMS, to Bart.
Yes.
Are you?
Mr. President, Board Member Tuning, I believe that the way it is written takes into account the exceptions, which is current standards that have been approved, as well as any previously approved improvements.
Yeah, I guess I didn't say it correctly. Would there any new exceptions to use of a common area for any reason that it would be a benefit to United Mutual?
Yeah. Yes, okay. Handicap requests are taken into consideration for handicap purposes. Sometimes they need a ramp instead of steps and so on. That kind of modification is an exception to this. And so that kind of modification goes through an approval process.
Yeah, that's in the
Otherwise, basically no.
Well, if I'm reading on the first page, the California, now therefore be it resolved that California Civil Code Section 4600 states that the affirmative vote of members owning at least 67% of the separate interests in the common interest development shall be required before the board may grant exclusive use of any portion of the common area to a member. Is that paragraph applicable to new?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what
That's
they
what I'm
wanted.
thinking.
So yes, it is. It will be applicable to any new applications.
So I think that answers Tom's question that a new could be if it went through that process.
It has to be approved by 2/3 of the
7%
members.
of all members.
All the members. It takes a ballot.
Hold on.
Takes a ballot, yeah. It would
Yes.
take a ballot,
So I
yes.
think there is a
That-
caveat right there.
Yes, right there. Right.
And the other question there is on page 10 where it's got et cetera in there. Et cetera means what? I mean, I understand solar panels, lifts, ramps, and then et cetera. I mean, are we talking about whatever we decide that et cetera is?
We have, et cetera, is TV antennas and things like that.
People won't know it's there until they bring it up.
Well, wait, may I? It says, the Board of Directors acknowledges that current and active standards that allows improvements in common areas such as the installation of solar panels will continue to be in effect. That to me means if it's there already, that's what I read it as.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying. That is the intent. Thank you for clarifying that that is the intent. The intent is to preserve currently approved standards that are in effect now.
Yes, I have some question regarding whatever our secretary read it is 90% is in 2019, the black one, and those red one is added. And I have question regarding to adding. Let's go this one, number one. They want to remove 4600B Part 3E, which I printed and brought it here to see what is that you want to remove. Let's read it from the Civil Code. The part that you do want not recommend or let resident take care of is this: to transfer the burden of management and maintenance of any common area that is generally inaccessible and not of general use to the membership at large of the association. And you want to remove this one against civil code and not let people. So my question is, what is our benefit that a part that is burdened to VMS and they cannot go there and clean up that area and bunch of garbage or maybe mouse and things is there rather than let their residents to take care of that. So with this, if we approve today, they said that they want to take not applicable this one that I read for you. My question to you as VMS, what benefit we get to vote against civil code? This is to VMS only. My question
Mr. President,
is VMS.
board members, let me attempt to answer that question. For VMS, it will reduce the number of variances that are processed for encroachment into common areas, for improvements into common area, and make those improvements for exclusive use of the shareholder. So that will be the greatest benefit to VMS staff.
I totally understand for use of, but my question is the one that you mentioned here, I don't know you did it or whoever did it, probably it didn't come from VMS, this one, because specifically in here says burden to management and maintenance. That means the area that even VMS cannot go and clean up there or something.
No.
And is this English is
Yes.
wrong? It says
Inaccessible.
Yes, inaccessible.
We
That's
have
what
no
they said.
places like that.
Then we don't need it to put it here. If we don't have something in Laguna Woods Village, should we vote for something that is not exist in Laguna Woods Village? She said there is no such a thing in Laguna Woods Village. If there is no such a thing in Laguna Woods Village, should we vote for that? For something that is not exist? And if exists, we should not ban because we are living lots of area with the trees and things, and leaves goes in some area, and then mouse goes there, and then animals goes there. Why we should not let residents take care of that with their expenses? By this one, we are banning them not to do anything. So I am asking, do not vote anything. And this is on civil code. Do not vote anything against civil code, because basically you are taking off. This is my number one, and then I go for number two if there is anything. I have two.
Let someone else talk and then we'll go back.
Sure.
On the pink thing is the resolution. On the pink sheet that was just read by Mary, where is it that you're saying we have called that out, that you cannot go with civil code? Where is that?
This is
it's on the bottom.
This is in this paragraph. You show Tom to her.
Yeah.
7 of 10.
Now, where does it say about that particular thing she mentioned, inaccessible? Where is that mentioned?
It's 43. The number is 400B3E. Is here.
Thank you.
403B code.
Yeah, that is this code. Right?
This is 403B.
Okay.
Lenny?
So
Lenny?
So that code, Maggie might know, that code 4600B3E.
All right, I will read from you the bottom of the pink page, which says, the bottom resolve further. Resolve further that the Board of Directors determines that there are no exclusive use common areas outside of the original footprint of the manor, and therefore California Civil Code Section 46B3E is not applicable to variance, whatever, requests, I can't read it. So there are none. There are no exclusive use common areas outside the original footprint of the manor. And so it is not applicable.
Yeah.
That's what they said. It's not applicable. Why you should take it off
yes.
out of the civil code?
If we were having a resolution that banned red doors, and we didn't put that part in because we say it is not applicable, we have no red doors in United, then why would we need to keep a restriction about red doors in the resolution? So the resolution should not fail for something which is not applicable here that we don't have.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's put there so that it's been referenced. And if we don't put it in, somebody will say, oh, but what about 4600B3?
Right.
So we put it in to make sure it's clarified that it's not applicable.
And also to clarify, if you read 4600B, it does include, as you referenced, for handicapped. And so if we exclude 4600B, are we eliminating the possibility that we allow handicapped people to have ramps and so forth?
No, it will not. We allow handicapped people to put in ramps at their own expense. They submit the plans, and we decide if this is a need and this meets the qualifications, those are granted at their expense. So we already have policy for that. Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's a specific paragraph in B. It's 4600. It's only the B3E, which talks about, and we're also not, this doesn't say that a resident can't clean up an area or anything. This just doesn't give them the exclusive right to use that area any way they want to. So they can still access it and clean it up or take care of it, but they don't have the right to make it part of their unit as exclusive use.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Okay,
Is that correct, Bart, the way I?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, for any Tom, for any things, it doesn't matter accessible or not accessible. If they want to add it or do something, they should bring it to the board and get permission. At that time, we can see if they wanted to build up a room or bedroom there. Of course, we're not gonna let them to do that. So my question is, what is the benefit to put burden on the residents? They don't want it. If you put it this one, basically you are banning for those areas to anything resident do, period, by this writing. So the question, anything, even one little things, even one tile you want to put it, you have to bring it to the board and get permission. So that's covered. If it is wrong, it's coming. And also, I have more in this one, 2 things red you added, and both of them is just not at the benefit of residents. Listen to this. For example, including the installation of any new sliding door that lead into common area. Common area is a general name. Many sliding door coming to the patio. Patio, although is common area, but is exclusive. Unless you are setting in the parentheses here, not except exclusive area, then is acceptable. But writing common area, that means close the door for everything. Because many people that can have a sliding doors goes to the patio. And then you can see many places, and the patio is exclusive. It's common area, but it's exclusive. Nobody goes to area to them. So this has, again, another problem to close the door for any sliding door.
Lenny, may I be heard? All right, I'm reading on the second paragraph of the pink page 10 of 10. Resolve further that the Board of Directors shall not approve any alterations expanding the original footprint of units. Some examples include the installation of new sliding doors that lead into common areas, which require the installation of a landing in common area, and the installation of pads in common areas for golf parking, but that all such alterations currently in place, which have already been approved under the land use policy, are grandfathered.
Correct.
So if we are not allowing sliding glass doors anymore onto common areas.
Is exclusive
Period.
common area?
A patio is an exclusive use common area. That's already allowable.
It's
And
not
that
right in
remains allowable. Exclusive use is different from a patio door which opens onto common area. You can always turn a window into a sliding door on exclusive use territory if the code will allow you to do it, but it will not any longer, we will not any longer allow people to have a sliding glass into the common area, which then they would want to put a pathway and a table and a chair and so on and so on and so on. That's why we have the difference between the two. So sliders onto what has already been built on or is already exclusive use are just fine if it's approvable by the code, right? But new sliders are not on the common area.
Okay, so you look at the Seville model. Now, the Seville model has a patio that surrounds, if you have a separate little patio, and then in that, there's a slider.
Yeah.
That goes into that separate patio. That's part of that property. And now I put a French door, instead of the sliding glass door, but that's my property there.
Exclusive use, yes.
But people have that patio, and then they've also tried to put in a slider on the big window on the outside of that. So now that is then going on to common area. And you when you open it up, you have to, by law, have a landing. And so then, now there's this patio, this little landing, and I can't walk up there and sit on there and have a cup of wine. It's common area, but it's become exclusive, So that's the problem. We can't allow these landings because it takes up common area.
I have a question. From you. Is exclusive area is under common area umbrella?
So if I may, and just to clarify the definition of the footprint of the building, and one of the paragraphs states that the definition of the footprint of the building includes the original patios, courtyards, and those become exclusive use common area. This exception that, if approved, will not apply to exclusive use common area. That's already defined with the footprint of your unit.
So exclusive area is not common area.
No.
Okay, okay. Well, we will learn something that exclusive, because in the past, I heard from here that exclusive doesn't belong to the unit, is exclusive use, is not common, is common area. That's why I heard it in this board.
No, what I do want to say is I looked up this 4600B3E, and the little blurb that comes up on Google says, disability accommodation. No membership approval is required when the grant of exclusive use is being issued to accommodate a disability. So I don't know if the way that is the way it's written is appropriate, because
It's here, you can see, it's here.
you see what I mean? I don't know if that's really true. This is Google, so I have to look the actual code.
But I
in this-
printed from book, you can see it.
Well, it's not the same wording. Your
No.
wording is not your wording.
This is from the books.
Yeah, we're not talking about inaccessible. I don't know where that is.
That's a different
Inaccessible.
section.
But according to this, that code, B3E, is for disability accommodation. I'm not sure, though, because I don't have the code in front of me. I'm just looking at what.
As I said, we do allow for
In a separate
disabilities.
paragraph, you have it.
It's a different policy, I think. We do allow disabled persons to build walkways in certain areas at their own cost, but we do have a policy that requires there are regulations for it. And so
Well,
we
anyways,
have to
need
meet.
correction. Can we go to the vote? My vote,
That's right.
I'm going to say my vote is no for this one. It needs
course
to
it
go
is.
back to the government.
I just want to say what Tom just pointed out, that E really is the inaccessible land. It's not this disability thing, because he just showed me the actual code. So I would say this is good.
Let's call for the vote at this point. All those in favor of this land use alteration policy, please raise your hand. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you have that?
We're actually going to be doing the voting system.
Oh, the voting system?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah, how do we do it?
Okay. Oh, cool.
Nice.
If it works.
I don't have here.
Not on yours?
Oh, pen? Oh, did? I guess. Oh, did I come up? Oh, I came up. Okay, good. Now I see. You're up there probably, Anthony. Oh, no, you're not. No, not yet. Wait till she comes over. He comes over.
Is it supposed to?
Oh, you're up there. Oh, you're up there. Oh, good.
Okay.
I hit yes. Oh, there you go. I see it. It's on the right.
Okay, so it's all done, so it's done. Oh, everyone votes, 7-2? So it's approved. Okay. Next one is the entertain a motion to discuss and consider criminal background qualifications policy for 28-day notice and to meet civil code. If you could read that, Mary, please. 14B.
14B, Criminal Background Qualifications Policy. United Laguna Woods Mutual, United, has adopted multiple policies and qualifiers throughout the years for approval of membership and residence for individuals intending to purchase and/or reside at Laguna Woods Village. The process requires an application with required documentation, review by staff, and submittal to United for approval. The process is coordinated by the Community Services Division. The Governing Documents Review Committee is tasked to review policy and processes for consistency. The committee recognized the need to establish a qualifications policy for criminal backgrounds. On September 15, 2022, the Governing Documents Review Committee reviewed the criminal background qualifications policy. Without objection, the committee recommended the board approve the policy.
The pink page is the resolutions.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's always the pink page.
I don't have a pink page.
Don't you,
Oh, really?
at 14B, page 9 of 10.
14.
Just, it's always at the back.
Okay, thank you.
A lot shorter.
Yes, yes, it usually is, but not always.
Sorry. The other one was right behind this one.
Yeah, I know.
Criminal Background Qualification Policy. Whereas the Governing Documents Review Committee is tasked to review policy and processes for consistency, and whereas the board recognized the need to establish a criminal background qualifications policy. Now therefore be it resolved, December 13, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the criminal background qualification policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. November, initial notification, 28-day notification for members' review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied.
And I move this recommendation, or this
Okay, is there a second?
resolution.
Maggie, second?
I have a question.
Okay, any discussion
I do.
about this?
I have a
Go
Can we legally do this? And if we cannot, then can we at least look at the notification of registered sex offenders, which is public? Can we legally do this?
I'm going to ask Francis Gomez, who's on Zoom, to respond to your questions, please.
Thank you.
Yes, you could legally do this. This document was actually drafted by legal counsel. They provided the language, they provided the process for staff to follow. So when the board reviews any proposed tenancy or any proposed membership, they are able to fall back on this document and this policy and review against it. And if the board determines that there's enough reason to deny the applicant based on their criminal background, then the board has the right to do that, and it's within legal standing.
Okay, so I have a follow-up. Because you've done a criminal background on someone, and it says criminal background qualifications policy, what's the criteria? I get parking tickets. I don't, but I could have speeding tickets. I could have, that I had to go to court. What is the standard by which we would use this and then say they are disqualified?
Broken down in the policy under the qualification, you have it defined as what kind of infractions they are, if they're petty infractions versus misdemeanors versus something more major. In page 5 of 10,
Yes.
you do have where we're like within the 5 years based on, and then it has a list of qualifications or a list of possible items that the board could review, and it keeps going on further within the 20 years and so forth.
Thank you.
Any other questions about this resolution? Okay. Let's go to the vote. All those in favor of consider the criminal background to go ahead with the criminal background qualifications policy, please raise your hand, or I guess we vote.
We vote on here. It's
on
not
the
here yet.
computer.
Here we go.
No.
Director Liberatory.
Oh, you're there now. You're there.
Motion passes.
C, we're at 14C now. Strategic planning update. And one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about this was that we definitely want to do a strategic plan, and we want to move forward with that. However, at our town hall meeting, which the information is not included in the package, or is included in the package, but one of our residents, Gay Page, presented some very interesting information, and she apparently has some experience with putting together these types of strategic plans and master plans. And her underlying recommendation was that we as a village should set strategic plans altogether, and that we shouldn't have our united strategic plan separate from third strategic plan, separate from GRF strategic plan. We should try to do that as the village, coming up with it together. And I thought that was because we want to set common goals amongst us on how we're going to improve our entire community, not just United. So I thought that was, after thinking about that and thinking of the information she provided, I thought that was something I might want to take to the other presidents and discuss with them and see if they have an interest in joining with us to come up with a strategic plan for the entire community. And with the board consensus, I'd like to proceed with that avenue and see if we can develop, and this will take a long time to do, and it may involve consultants to help us with this process. It may involve some cost, but I think I don't know if we've ever had a strategic plan for our entire community ever done. I don't know if it was done in the past, but it's something I think we could look at for the future for growing our community, figuring out what's best for our community. And so I'd like to defer this till I have a chance to talk to the other presidents and see if there's a will to go ahead with this, and as the village entirely. And with the board consent to do that, I'd like to go ahead and proceed with that avenue.
Mr. President, since it was in the town hall, is it okay if I explain that she was?
No, we'll talk about town hall.
No,
town hall.
what she said. This is about exactly what she
He just
offered.
summed it
Well,
up.
I summed it up. It's fine.
It's good enough.
I think
Okay.
we can
Okay.
live with that. Maggie? You.
I have a copy of it. Thank you. Certainly, you can talk about it, but if you look at it, there are crucial differences between the three corporations or the four corporations. Okay. 50 is its own entity, as you know. Third is all condos, as you know. And they can get loans and they can do all these things. Okay. United, of course, is a co-op, and GRF is the amenities. So the differences may be too great, but there may be areas where we can create a specific plan. And so it would be good to investigate, but don't think that it's going to cover everything that each place needs.
I understand.
See, that's all.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I do have a copy of it. If you want copies, I can.
We do. We all have
We can
copies.
get them, yes. Thank you.
As the president said, I think it's very important that you explore with the third mutual and the GRF, because we are we all constitute one village. So we should have a strategic goal in common. However, because of our differences, on the common goal, we should allow room for each sector to modify their own goals underneath. But I would really like to see one whole umbrella, and we have our own section that we could add, allow room to adjust and be a little bit more flexible because of our differences. So I'm all for the President Ross to explore the possibility and speaking with the other presidents and defer this to the later date.
Thank you.
May I?
Go ahead, Azana.
Yes, we are different, as we all know. We don't need to explain to each other. We know the differences. However, what suggested, this lady brought it, which was to me very experienced about that. It's one goal as a big, but each one like a branches. United get branches, Third get branches, GRF get branches, and so on. And they can go under, each one is look like a big umbrella under. So probably is worth it. That's what I put in my report, that is worth it to look at that.
So that's really all I had to say about that. So the next item is update committee assignments. And so if we could go to 14D.
President Ross, there was a hand raised in the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tony, sorry.
Thank you, President Ross. This strategic plan, if I can go behind this, if you and these other presidents can relate it, the default for the strategic plan should be the business plan and a master plan. And the strategic plan comes out of that. So I can get behind it. If you can come back and tell us how the strategic plan relates to the business plan and the master plan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So moving on to committee assignment 14D. Okay, now that one of the changes that I could see right away on, let me get to the committee assignments, is that Allison, now that she's a member of United, can take Pat English's place in all of the places where Pat was mentioned. So I think that should be, at least as a starter. So wherever Pat is mentioned, like for instance, GRF Mobility and Vehicles Committee, we would put Allison. Is that agreed by our board?
Yes.
To do that?
Yeah.
And for Disaster Preparedness Task Force, we'd put Allison. And for Architectural Controls and Standards Committee, we put Allison. And what else? And that's it.
Members hearing.
Oh, Member Hearings Committee, we put Allison. Okay, and then the other change that I would recommend is in Reza's absence, there's two committees that he's on United, or I think one. Let's go to United, and that's the M&C. He's the chairman of that. I'd like to fill in for him on Maintenance and Construction Committee while he's gone. Once he comes back, he can resume. So I'd volunteer for that position.
So it would be
Maintenance and Construction.
M&C, it would be Lenny Ross.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what else was he a chair on? Was he a chair on?
No.
Okay.
Strategic plan would be, on the strategic plan, would that be Lenny Ross too?
Strategic plan.
Or Allison?
That's the GRF. strategic
GRF.
I defer to someone else if they'd
Okay.
like to do that.
GRF MNC with
G-
Mary.
Oh, GRF MNC.
Yeah.
Oh, what about Allison?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's make Allison on that. That's a good
If
idea.
she wishes. Okay. Okay.
I think that's the only one. Oh, no, and GRF strategic planning. So, any volunteers? Yeah, you're there. Okay, I'll do strategic planning. So put my name
Oh,
on
Mary's already there. Okay, Lenny.
Reza. So just
Okay.
change Reza to my name.
Okay. Well, you're just standing in for him.
And this may be reversed
Right.
if he comes back, next month.
If he returns.
And the other thing I'd like to do is I think before we used to have secondary or alternate people on the committees. So I was wondering if there's an interest in doing that again, because sometimes, one person doesn't show up, and so if there's an alternate, at least we could have someone to show up at the meeting, or two people to the GRF meetings and three people to the United meetings. So is there an interest in doing that for our board, to do alternates? Or we used to have
I
alternates.
think it's a good idea.
I think what we have done mostly is just, if a person has to be absent or knows they're going to be absent, they call other directors and ask them if they will stand in.
If that happens, that's fine.
If that happens, right. And if no one shows up, then if it's supposed to be Reza here and Pearl is sitting in the audience, then Pearl is asked if she will sit in. And so that's the customary way. So rather than give us a list of people that we might not be able to get to, if we could you could put alternates in there, but that means if the alternate is that there and the other one is that there, you're still going to go to Pearl, who is sitting in the audience. So either way.
Well, I think putting the alternate is fine, but maybe they don't show up either.
Right.
So I think if we want to try to have two people showing up in the committee meeting, the person who cannot make it, contact and make sure we try to get a substitute. Because if we just put the alternate and thinking 2 out of 3 will show up, that might not happen.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe the best way is, if you know you're going to miss a meeting,
Yes.
if you contact me,
Yes.
then I could try to find someone else
Yes.
to take your place.
Or we can do it together. If I see, for January, I know that I'll be missing some meetings, but the ones that I cannot attend by Zoom,
Right.
I will contact the president, and also, meantime, I'll try to contact one of the directors and let Lenny know that what I have done to make sure that we have 2 people present. Because a committee meeting can be a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And usually, if you ask who was on this committee last year, that would be the best, because that person then has a step up as to what the committee does and what goes on. So sometimes staff remembers who was on it in prior years. And so if no one is there, but if someone is in the audience already there, that should work. Or you can look for someone. But it's a little tricky if you have a brand new person coming in on a committee that is midstream on something, then they'll do the best they can, and that's it. But
So the best way to find a replacement would be call me if you're not going to be able to
Yes.
attend, or
Yes.
call another director who's not on the committee
Right,
to
right.
try to
We'll
attend.
call you anyway, to
Yes.
inform you who will be attending.
If you would, I appreciate it. Okay, Tom?
That's not how this resolution reads, though. The resolution reads that the last page there on 404, it talks about that all directors are considered alternate members. So we're going to have to change that resolution.
All directors are considered alternate?
Yeah, alternate.
Why would you change it?
Yeah, that sounds good, though.
This is,
It's like anybody could be.
But
This is-
you have to read the whole paragraph.
yeah, right. See? So this is, right.
So is
So that-
the idea just to keep it the way it is then?
Right.
Or
Right.
change it to
Yes,
alternate?
keep it and then give information to you if we cannot come. I think let's make it summary. I mean, we are
All right.
talking too much about something that is not really, what's going on here?
Well, it is.
Well, we're talking about committee
This
assignments.
is, yeah.
Okay. Diane?
Well, I was just going to say, I know, like, Pearl will often call me, and maybe I have another meeting, you know.
That's
So
okay.
I have a conflict, you know, so then she could probably call you so that you can
Yeah,
find
the
something.
best way is president.
I think the pink paragraph covers all of those things well.
All right, let's leave it the way it is. Is there any other changes that we've mentioned other than the changes that I mentioned or we mentioned so far? Any other changes? Yeah, Mary?
Just a clarification. So the last sentence, there's a difference between alternative and temporary committee, because the temporary basis needs a board approval in advance, but an alternate does not, correct? Okay, I just want to make sure we understand it.
Kind of we just had with
They had
Raisin, right?
Oh, that's right.
We just had that with Raisin, so now we're approving that temporary.
Right, right. That's right. Okay, let's move on.
So should
Oh,
we,
yeah.
should we
I
vote
move
and say,
that we-
accept this one, your changes? We didn't
Okay,
vote.
is there a second to that?
Yes,
I
I'll
second.
second it.
Okay.
Okay.
All those in favor, or,
Oh, wait.
okay, okay.
Are we not doing it on the,
Oh, that's right, we don't,
It's unanimous. We'll go ahead and make the vote for you guys.
do what?
Is it unanimous? Yes. Okay.
yes.
Yes.
Unanimous. Okay. Let's see, where are we? 14E. Entertain a motion to approve anti-harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation policy and formation of joint hearing body. December initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments. So would you read that, 14E? The last of our resolutions.
Resolution 01-23-XX, anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee. Whereas the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual United and Golden Rain Foundation require a clear and consistent policy to address claims of harassment, abuse, and intimidation by directors to staff of Village Management Services, Inc., fellow directors and residents, as well as claims involving harassment, abuse, and intimidation by residents to staff of VMS directors and other residents. And whereas this anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy is intended to provide guidance relative to such behavior and issue a mechanism for addressing same by the Anti-Harassment, Anti-Abuse, and Anti-Intimidation Joint Hearing Body Committee. And whereas this policy is being adopted by the Board of Directors of GRF and United in the exercise of their respective duties to maintain, protect, and enhance the value and desirability of Laguna Woods Village and the interests of all of its members. Now therefore be it resolved today, it says date, today, December 13th, 2022, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation policy and charter of the Joint Hearing Body Committee as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that Resolution 01-2273, adopted November 8, 2022 is hereby suspended and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. December initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed revisions, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that a board member postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting no less than 28 days from the postponement to comply with Civil Code 4360.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve this motion? Okay, and seconded by Maggie. Okay. Any questions or discussion about this motion? Mary, go ahead.
So, if GRF does not approve this, does it not become effective, or does GRF just get dropped off of the text?
GRF introduced it last Tuesday at its board meeting, so it's on 28-day review and should be adopted at their first meeting in January.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Lazar?
Yes, I do have question regarding to this chart. Basically, we are voting for this chart, and I am asking a question. As you know, this chart is created for Third and United and GRF, and so look at the first one. The first, when something happened, when they comes two branches, they said if goes to the employee, just directly goes to the last column, and VMS take care of that. And if it goes to the member, then all of this writing is for member. Now my question is this. All members belong to United and Third. And if Third is not involved in this one, basically all member here from the rest is United. GRF doesn't have a member. GRF does not have any member. Only United has member. So based on that, if Third is not with us, United should have for own. If Third wants to have for own, United should have for own, because only two members of the corporation has membership, United and Third. GRF does not have any member.
Can we address that, please?
Yeah.
Francis, would you like to take that one?
So if there is a violation that occurs on GRF property, GRF has the jurisdiction to hold that disciplinary hearing and that disciplinary action, even though the resident, the member, might be United or Third. So GRF still comes into play with that. So even though, like you're describing, where it's not a GRF member, if the incident does occur on GRF property, it goes to them. So they are part of this joint policy. If an incident occurs with the Third member, then it would not be part of this policy or this joint hearing because they did not opt to join the policy, the joint policy of the joint charter.
I totally understand, Francis, and thank you for explanation. But remember, anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and anti-intimidation is between people. It doesn't matter if these two people happen in GRF or United or Third, it's between two people. Between any people, I cannot harass a bench. I can harass a person. Two person only, any of two belong to United or Third. There is no somebody, stand up somebody that says, I belong to GRF. There is no, I belong to GRF. I am not talking about compliance or maybe I hurt the car of someone or something. I'm talking about, listen the title, anti-harassment, anti-abuse, and these are including people. And people is Third, United. When Third is not there, we should be by United, and this must be modified only for United. And if even, I have more, because if this BVGRF, this writing is wrong, because in the past, when third was two from each, 2 members for the committee, there is 2 people from United, 2 people from third, 2 people from GRF. Now 2 people from third is out. Now we have 4 people. And read it for this part. If something happened to the United board, United cannot be even in the community. That means totally GRF should vote. So because there is no third. So if United goes up, only GRF is going to vote. So this is a lots of needs correction that at this point we should maybe postpone or at least vote no for United only.
Again, to repeat what Francis indicated, if the incident occurs on GRF property at an amenity, GRF is involved in the process, regardless of whether it's between 2 individuals. And then secondly, the exclusion of United from the hearing board preserves the right of the United board members to participate in the appeal, should there be one from the accused in the situation. And Francis, please feel free to add.
Right.
That is correct.
So one more little clarification. So there are people that are members of the GRF board. So people are involved in that. When you see member here, the first paragraph under that says when responded is board member. A GRF board member could be doing abusive anti-harassment. So that encompasses people. Even though they are looking at and are responsible for fixtures and buildings, there are people involved as board members, so this encompasses them also.
Every member of a corporation is a member of GRF. And so the jurisdiction falls under the location of the event. So if you and Marian Azar have a fight on GRF property, that will be a GRF event, okay? If it happens in United, that will be under this policy too. If it happens in third, who knows? But every single member of any corporation is a member of GRF. We are all members of GRF. And so this covers us in many ways. It is, but see, why should United would not be deciding a fight that happened on the tennis courts, only because it's 2 United members. GRF should be handling that because that's where the event took place. That's the jurisdiction. And so it would be like happening in Cincinnati or California. We don't send a case to California because the fighter was a Californian. We have it happen where the event happened.
Back to First Mary, yes, the board director in GRF, each of them is belong to United or Third. It doesn't matter. So there is no such a thing as I am a member, I am belong to GRF. Cooperation, we are talking about 3 dimensions. Yes, GRF, United, and Third. But we are talking here anti-harassment, anti-abuse, talking about human being. Human being, residents here belong to 2 groups. Everybody belong to United or belong to the Third. Look at your ID card. There is no ID card that says, I belong to GRF, I belong to United, or I belong to the Third. So that's my point. And it's no fight here. We are saying that if Third, this was good when Third was with us. Third doesn't want it to be. So if Third wants to have for own, United should have for own, and that cover everything. Because anybody here belong to the Third or belong to the United. So that's it.
I think Diane.
Ask Francis. So Francis, if I go over to Third and something happens where somebody accosts me or, fights with me or something, what happens then with Third? Third takes it into consideration?
Yes, if there's a third member who is doing the harassment on third property, that would go through the third harassment policy. So they have their own thing. They will not be part of this joint policy. If you as a United member are the one doing the harassment or the abuse and intimidation, as the suspect, you would be brought in through this process, through the Joint Hearings Committee.
Okay.
Whether it's in the United property or on GRF property.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Francis, I go into the community center and I walk up to be helped at the help desk, for community services. And I create a commotion and I call somebody names and something. GRF or United? Who?
Well, it's a GRF property. So it would involve GRF and it would be, as a United member, it would go through this joint policy. If you, similar scenario, but just different characters, if your abuse or intimidation or harassment is towards an employee, then that obviously goes a whole different route, which involves BMS, who could make a recommendation that it come back to the joint policy. So that option is still there. But community center is a GRF property. GRF would be involved. You as a United member, United would be involved through this joint policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one statement. I think it's a problem when Third's not participating in this. I think it makes a big difference in the whole policy. And I wouldn't like to see this policy go forward without Third being a participant. Second is if an incident occurs on GRF property and it's a 1/3 member and one United member or multiple, doesn't matter how many, does the United member go through the committee or what this policy would do, and the third member does what happens with the third? They go through some GRF policy, but then their board has what's the situation there?
It would depend on the details and who the suspect is, who's doing the harassment and intimidation. Because it's on GRF property, GRF automatically has jurisdiction over it, so it would come through GRF.
But just like in this policy, somebody can appeal to the United Board, correct? Or to the GRF Board? The United resident can still appeal to the United Board?
Yes.
Even if it's on GRF property?
Correct. The policy states that if the member chooses to appeal the joint committee's determination or actions, then it would shift over to its governing body, which is United. So it'll come back to United before the entire board, and then the case would be presented before the entire board for United.
So the third member still has the right to appeal to their board?
Yes, it would still go back to third. Third still, so because they're a member, it would always go back to where the member resides or has membership in.
Thank you.
We do have a member comment when you guys are ready.
Yes, and more than that, there is a problem here for the committee, because first I thought that one. If you go to page 12 out of 16 for 14E, they wanted to explain how the committee composition is. Number I said committee shall be 4 members, including 2 directors, in this case GRF, and 2 directors in the United. And then one of them is from United. United representative cannot be there. Basically, the committee is going to be 2 people from GRF only. That's number 1. Number 2, let's go to the B at 3. I'm going to read it. They said eligibility, who can be in the committee. Listen, no active dispute, including pending claims, dispute resolution, litigation, or the like between the committee members and their representative organization or board cannot be in the committee. So, put in that way, I am director, but I have a problem leaking in my kitchen and I have a dispute with VMS. Does that mean I cannot be in the committee because I have a complaint about my leaking because they said dispute, including pending claim, dispute resolution, allegation, or anything. So this is a kind of prevent activity from this one as well.
Thank you, President Ross. To me, this is akin to what we have with security. When we have security, we don't have Third Security, United Security, GEO. We have security. For instance, we had an incident a year or two ago in Clubhouse 7 where someone from United accosted somebody, I guess he was from Third or GRF, and how was that handled? I mean, that was handled by one security force, and if that one individual had filed a harassment suit, how would that be handled? Be handled by security. So I don't understand all this bickering.
Mm-hmm. So, Czar, in context, we're talking about harassment and intimidation. So if in context, no active dispute, including pending claims, dispute resolution, litigation, or like, but I'm going to assume that it's under this umbrella of anti-harassment. So if you have any other anti-harassment, sexual misconduct and stuff, this is what the context is, that is what it's referring to. That's my understanding.
This is eligibility.
Francis,
Go
is that
to B.
correct?
Go to B. This is eligibility. Let me explain it.
Well, let the attorney explain it.
She is not attorney. Eligibility says committee member must be in good stand. That means the person that is eligible to be in the committee must be in good stand. And then they explain, including pending claim dispute. If claim is my kitchen sink, it's not something that because they said any claim that is that, so I cannot be. Go ahead.
I could respond, thank you. So what that means is that there's a claim. For example, so we're using what you just stated about leaking in your kitchen. If you're the person causing that leak and there's a damage restoration ticket open against you, then yes, you're not in good standing based on the policy to serve as a board member in this committee. However, if you're the receiver of that, so your neighbor's the one who has the claim open against them, and their leak caused a leak in your kitchen, that doesn't involve you, you're just the recipient of it, who's going to go through the process, but that doesn't put you in the bad standing. Then you're eligible to serve on this committee. So it would depend on the details of it.
But you said pending.
Yes, but you're not the suspect. But you're not the suspect. That's what I'm saying. We would have to look at the details. You're not the suspect on it, so there's nothing against you. You're just the recipient of it.
So that's the problem.
Similar
Yeah.
to disciplinary action.
Yeah.
It's not a problem to serve on the committee. That wouldn't stop the board member to serve on this committee.
Okay.
Let's vote.
There's some member comments.
I believe we have a Maria Pimentel. I guess she's not in the crowd anymore. Never mind.
With that, let's go to the vote.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. 14E, anti-harassment, anti-abuse, anti-intimidation policy. All those in favor, as it is written, please raise your hand.
Wait. Oh, we're not.
Or we're going to vote? Oh, that's right. Let's use the modern technology.
We're getting trained.
Yeah,
have
but
10 people.
He has trouble with his, for some, it's not sensitive enough.
We have 8,
Oh,
9.
Director Liberatory, what's your vote? I can vote for you.
Try your finger.
Yes.
Everybody, okay. So measure is passed, 6-3.
So we're done with unfinished business. Okay, so on to item 15, new business.
And for new business, I want to make this very brief, both of these A and B, because we're running out of time and energy. Report of the town hall, I wanted to talk about the December town hall briefly and the January town hall that's coming up. And in the December town hall that happened December 9th, I thought that Azar did a very good job as a moderator, and she prepared a comprehensive report, which everyone has copies of, which we need to follow up on some issues related to us from our members. But she was tasked as moderator. One of the things that you do as moderator is to collect the information and bring it back with you and write a report to the board within 2 days so we could report on it at the board meeting and start following up with our members, which we're doing now. So I'd like just Azar maybe to give just a brief overview of the town hall as the moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The town hall went very well, and I am more and more proud of the residents that they are coming and they talking about the issues. Majority was about 3 direction. Of course, complain mostly about residents VMS service. Number 2 was a landscape, a huge disappointed for the landscape. And there was number 3, something that we can do to the board, especially communication. One member mentioned, I didn't know this one until a neighbor told me. So I suggested that from now on, maybe, as you mentioned, Mr. President, to email people about that. And because many of them, they were, I suggested to put in the e-blast even. So these 3 things, I gave my summary, and the timing was 3 minutes to talk because we had extra time. Some people talk more. It's perfectly fine. It was very calm, only to the end, which we talk later about that. And the residents comes and 3 Director Cash, Director Alabrador, and Maggie Bell, they were there. Only Director Maggie Blackwell talked a lot.
Okay, so that's fine. Thank
And
you.
that's it.
So I wanted to also say for the comments regarding the board, I know that Mark Laws of Third sends out weekly comments, weekly blasts, e-blasts, to all of the Third members, or most of the Third members, and I'm planning to do that more often. I'll do that after our meeting with all of the measures that we passed today, letting our members know that. If there's an upcoming town hall, I'll let them know that. And if there's any suggestions on what I could include in those e-blasts, please let me know as directors, because I would be glad. I can do that as often as every week. So I'd like to have your input as to what that can be. So,
Thank you.
Well, under the direction from last time, we do have a town hall scheduled for January, which is going to be the insurance in HO6 presentation.
HO6, okay. And what's the date of
And then an
that?
open format to that one.
What's the date on that? January
13th, I think?
January 13th?
January what day?
I think it's the 13th. It's this second Friday.
And you're going to be the moderator, right?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
January 13th.
January 13th. And that's on renter's insurance or
HO6, which is homeowners, renters type.
Good.
We'll learn about it.
Homeowners insurance, 2 to 4.
What time?
Maggie?
Oh, 2 to 4?
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Right,
In Clubhouse 3.
right.
Okay.
So the first half hour, or, is the presentation, and then questions and answers, and then open forum.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you. I was asked to record the things, and I did the best I could. It was a very active meeting, and people came up with some good ideas, and people came up with some old ideas, and people came up with some not so good ideas. I have 27 entries of what people said here, and I believe I've shared them with you, but I will print them up for you. I will send this because I have some of the addresses and names of people who wanted service issues, and so I will send this to VMS so that they have the addresses and names of the people who wanted service. Okay, so this is, I was writing a whole time. I did stand up and talk twice and so on, but people came up with a lot of comments. They were political, some of them were political, some of them were structural, and some of them were upkeep and things like that. It was the whole gamut. And people did talk. And we did take notes for them so they know that their voices were heard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Paul.
We do have 2 member comments if you're ready.
Okay. Sure.
Ellen Leonard.
I'm at 422G, and I've been a resident here for 12 years. And I have 2 points I want to make. And I was one of at the town hall meeting, and I would like to compliment Azar on managing the town hall meeting and all the way through the disruptive interruptions from Director Maggie Blackwell, whom we witnessed bully some residents. And she, I want to use your terminology, pinched some residents real hard. Also, I want to say that we were disappointed that the key director, President Lenny Ross, was not there. And all of this set the tone for the meeting. But Director Azar managed to she was professionally poised during the whole meeting. My second point I want to make is VMS. I am not happy with the management of this community, period. The directors, I don't know why you can't see that they're not doing their jobs, that we are paying too much money for the mistakes that they are making. This meeting is very visible, and everybody in the room can see it, and it's also visible on TV. VMS meetings are behind closed doors, no visibility, no transparency, or no accountability. We turned over our power and authority to VMS staff. During transfer of power, how many costly termination packages did we pay prior CEOs? We don't know because we were not informed or involved, but it happened. 60% of our fees go towards VMS compensation, and we are not allowed to know how that money in salaries is distributed. I'm not satisfied with the management of this community. This community needs cleaning up, and I say let's start with management. We need a change is needed. I have one question. When is the vote to continue the management contract for VMS? When do you directors vote on that? So that's my comments.
Next speaker is Madence.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. Go back to what Ellen said. Azar did a good job. I'm with her about how it was directed, how was it done. Town halls to me is that people go and say what I want to say without being interrupted or being scolded at. And that happened a lot that day. But rounding everything up, biggest complaint we have, and I've been here for 12 years also. I was here under the PCM and under VMS. The promises, less money, better services, it's all the way around. We pay more money now for less services. Now, if you guys are happy with it, I'm glad. I know she is. I'm not. And it's getting hard when you look at your check that comes in and what you have to pay and how the money is wasted. It doesn't make any sense. When at home I have to make sacrifices to make everything match with my income, over here it doesn't make any difference. So at the town hall, I actually had to walk out because I couldn't stand that interruption all the time. And I don't have that type of temper. I explode very easily as a Latin that I am, even though I look gringo, but I'm a Latin. It's difficult. And I'm here to plead with you. You represent us, not the corporation. Without us, there is no corporation. I don't care which way you want to put it. And this is a dictatorship. And I grew up under dictators. And I know how it feels, and I know how it looks. Thank you.
Okay.
Anthony, was I disruptive and rude?
Let's not get into that.
All right.
Let's stop that.
We'll go to closed session and this will be discussed. Thank you.
Would you like to let us know when the vote for EMS contract is approved, comes up?
I think the VMS contract doesn't have any termination date to it,
Yes,
does it?
is it every, I don't know, Shiban?
Do you know, Shaban, if the VMS contract has a termination date? Or?
There's not a specific termination date,
No.
if that's what you're asking.
Or a renewal date? Or, yeah.
There
Thank you.
is,
Thank you
there
for-
is a renewal date. But if there are no changes to the contract which are agreed upon, the contract continues.
I don't know.
Shiban?
Do you know, Shaban?
It's a certain number of days from the original date. We'll have to take a look and let you know.
Okay.
So you have my email? You'll let me know?
Why don't you give me your name and manor number?
422G.
Ford?
George.
And your name is?
Ellen Leonard.
Ellen Leonard.
I like the email on that.
Leonard. Do you have your email address you can give us?
Yeah, GRAME12251 at Gmail.
12251
At Gmail.
at Gmail. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Next item is item B, 15B, entertain a motion to approve private loan research ad hoc committee. Zara, did you want to?
Please.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, yes.
There you go. Perfect. Sorry, I'll be quick. I know that you guys have talked about this. Staff's recommendation is to approve the formation of a private loan research ad hoc committee. As you know, United Laguna Woods is a co-op, and because you have a co-op, you don't have a deed to your house, and that makes it very difficult for people to get funding or to get mortgages as they're trying to buy. In times past, we've used recognition agreements, and specifically up until recent years, there's really only been one bank that was using the recognition agreement, and they announced that beginning in 2022, they would no longer be signing those. They were going to continue with past mortgages, but anything new that they weren't going to be funding. So to that end, we recommend that there be an ad hoc committee to be put in place to take a look at some options and some alternatives. As there is a stated resolution here, which I'm sure that will be read to you, but the purpose of the private loan research ad hoc committee would be to research loan options and also to re-examine any prior policies that may making mortgages be prohibited, or it may make those a little bit difficult to obtain. This has been reviewed by the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee has endorsed the formation of this particular committee. And be entertain any questions from there.
Okay. Well, before we have questions, should we make a motion to adopt a committee?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to have an ad hoc committee to just get information and gather information and present to the board for how we can, if it is possible, outside lender. We're not talking anything from Laguna Woods or inside, outside lender. Can they bring loan back here again? That's my motion.
Is there a second? Tom? Seconded?
The
Okay.
motion should be read.
Again? Okay.
It was never read today.
I just said it, the motion.
No, it's the pink page.
The resolution?
Okay, I would like to make a motion to have a ad hoc committee to ad hoc committee to just get research from outside lenders.
Please read 15B.
There's no, yeah, Tony, do you have some?
Oh, I thought we were going to debate this thing?
Yeah, we are, but I don't think there's a written
This is
resolution.
just-
There's just-
There is.
There is.
Oh, there is? Okay.
Yeah, oh, you
I
want to read the
apologize.
resolution?
Mary's ready to read it.
Okay, Mary. Okay, we'll debate it after she reads the resolution. Is that
Yes.
okay? Okay, go ahead.
Private Loan Research Ad Hoc Committee Charter Resolution 01-22-XX, whereas the United Finance Committee has expressed concern over, 1, the inability for existing members to obtain loans using their manor/membership as collateral, and 2, potential members' inability to obtain a loan to purchase a new unit. Now therefore be it resolved, December 13, 2022, the Board of Directors hereby forms a private loan research ad hoc committee and assigns the duties and responsibilities as follows. Mission. The purpose of the private loan research ad hoc committee is to research loan options and re-examine prior policies that currently restrict the use of private loans. Membership. The private loan research ad hoc committee shall be comprised of 5 members, 1 director from the board, and 4 at-large members selected by the board of directors to represent the corporation based on their expertise with private loans. The at-large members will be united owners and may or may not currently serve as an advisor to another committee. Duties and responsibilities. 1. The Private Loan Research Ad Hoc Committee will be chaired by the treasurer of the board and will meet as often as determined necessary to accomplish the objectives. 2. The Private Loan Research Ad Hoc Committee will A. Study the history of United Loan approvals, including use of a recognition agreement. B. Become familiar with recent events that have prevented lenders from loaning money to United members. C. Understand the history leading up to the approval of Resolution 01-16107, discontinuing the use of individual recognition agreements, and D, recommend solutions to the board of directors that may allow existing and potential members to obtain loans using their manor/membership as collateral. Resolved further, the Private Loan Research Ad Hoc Committee shall perform such other duties as may be assigned by the United Finance Committee during the assignment, and resolved further, the Private Loan Research Ad Hoc Committee will be automatically disbanded upon conclusion of the duties and responsibilities assigned herein or when directed by the board.
Okay, questions at this point? Tony?
I'm looking at page 7 of 8, I mean, 8 of 8. And I have a problem with it because it says, resolve further, the private loan ad hoc committee will be automatically disbanded. Well, that's redundant. By definition, special committees or ad hoc committees, they're given a specific task, and when that task is over, they're done. So this is totally redundant. I don't like it.
Well, it says that it will be, when their function is over, it's over.
Well, that's the whole definition of an ad hoc committee.
Right, right. It is.
So why does it have to be in here?
Yeah, good
It's
point.
redundant.
Okay.
Okay, well, I've already gone through this whole thing before because, I had a member who wanted to take a loan out with his father. His father needed to take a loan. And, that's a third-party loan, which is a private loan. They can't use this place, use the United as collateral. And also, we have a recognition agreement for a reason, because we need to have first position. And also, we don't have the insurance coverage to allow any bank to sell our loans to Fannie Mae. I mean, so it almost seems that it can't be done, and we should never loan our reserves to fund mortgages, never.
And I think this is just a fact-finding ad hoc committee to see maybe it can be done. Maybe there's a way that we can run under the requirement of not having federally insured loans. And maybe the outside loan company would accept our recognition agreement. So there's a lot of things we have to find out if it's viable or not. And that's all we're doing is that we recognize there's a need for the co-ops to have refinanced, because now they can't refinance. They can't pull cash out of their properties, and they can't get loans. And so we're trying to figure out if it's feasible or not, because we recognize that there's a need to see if we can do that. We're just trying to fulfill that mission. Maggie.
Thank you. That has always been true since our inception.
What's that?
The status. That has always been true. That is part of being a cooperative. Okay, so the committee can look. I have 2 suggestions and comments. I think on page 8 of 8, I don't want this committee doing other duties. Please, thank you. I move to amend this by removing that paragraph.
Which one is that?
It's the one that says the private loan research ad hoc committee shall perform such other duties as may be assigned by the United Finance Committee during this assignment. So an ad hoc is generally for one purpose. This is the stated purpose, and it should remain the only purpose. As an ad hoc committee, it should remain the only purpose. So I move to amend it by removing that paragraph, please.
I still can't find it, but it's all right. Don't worry.
That was my comment too, that I don't like other duties, because that leaves it open for commitments and, just leaves it wide open. I don't want anything that it detracts from the purpose, and no other duties. Thank you.
I second your Maggie Blackwell amendment.
Okay. So are any other changes to the resolution that anyone could see other than that one? Okay. Should we vote on it as amended then?
We vote on the amendment
On the
first.
amended. Okay, with the one amendment.
Voted with amendment.
Two amendments.
2 paragraphs.
The last 2 paragraphs.
And the one that Anthony said, take it away.
Removal of the top paragraph.
Basically, last
on
page.
8.
Basically, take the page 8 out of page.
That's all. That's all we're voting on right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't find it.
What's this about?
Can somebody reiterate
Yeah.
the motion, please?
Oh, yes, the motion should be corrected.
Okay.
Oh, amend, yes. Okay, yes.
I do have a question, though. So on this
Thank you.
possible discontinuing the use of the individual recognition agreement, what does that entail? Who gets to make that decision? Is that just a board motion, or does that have to go through the governing documents, the bylaws, to null and void the recognition agreement?
That's already been done. I think that's history. It says.
Okay.
History leading up to.
Okay, but it says,
Understand the history leading up to the approval
Right.
of this.
okay, because we have a recognition agreement right now.
Right, that right there is stating a historical.
Okay, and then I'm trying to undo that, right?
If I may clarify, There are two recognition agreements. There's individual recognition agreement, and that's what was done away with. And then we do use an institutional one that was being used by the bank.
And that would be used by a bank, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so let's vote on the amended resolution.
No, vote on the
Voted
amendment.
with the amendment.
Voted on the amendment?
Oh, yes, voted with the correction that
With the
Maggie Black
amendments,
was.
with the two amendments to
And Tony,
eliminate page 8.
correction of Tony and Maggie Black.
Okay. All those, and then we'll vote. All those in favor, please note on your computer.
Director Laboratory, what's your vote?
Tony, did you vote?
Anthony, could you do it?
We're having trouble.
Yeah, it's yes.
Is yes. It's unanimous.
Unanimous.
Wow. We got something unanimous. Okay. Now, wait, vote on, I'm sorry.
It's a resolution.
Okay.
As amended.
So, okay. So when we vote on the resolution as amended, and so we need to take another vote? Okay.
I think we
I
voted
have-
for with the amendment.
I already read it.
Yeah, I think we voted as amended, isn't it?
No, we
Just the
voted on
amendment.
the
No.
amendment.
The amendment.
Okay,
Now the
sorry.
amendment
Oh,
goes in,
okay.
and amendment
Okay,
is a
sorry.
motion.
Okay, now we vote on the
Sorry, sorry.
resolution as amended.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have a bit of discussion on the amended motion and on the general motion. We just voted for a well-qualified person.
Sure.
We now have an 11th member of United, and she's quite well qualified. Do we want to say chaired by the treasurer of the board?
Yeah, I would say no.
Or do we want to let the board decide who the chair will be? Or do we want to allow Ms. Bach on the committee? That's my discussion.
Yeah, I think
That's a good choice.
this came from the Finance Committee as it's written.
It-
And
it-
it was suggested that we use the treasurer as the moderator, as the chair. And so I think just like we did with the ad hoc investment committee, and just as you did with the landscape committee, you had landscape person, chair that committee. We should have the chair from finance do the chair for this committee, because it's a finance committee.
But a well-qualified person will be kept off the committee.
No, she can be a member of the committee. Allison can be a member of the committee. We're going to select
It doesn't say that.
One director from the board. One director from the board and 4 at-large members. So,
Please, can I
do you
explain?
wanna-
Yes, this is mimicking a model, and what we did, this is going to be open session, all of them. There is no closed session, so any of you can come. And then 4 members, we, following what we did for investment, we're advertising for getting very qualified. Allison is I'm very proud that he's joined us and very informative, but not regarding to insurance. Not regarding to the lending. Sorry, I said insurance. But I am aware that in the community there are very, very high-level people that for 30 years, 40 years working in this industry. So if board wants to put like Allison or other, don't get wrong, I am 100%, I'm saying she's good, but in this purpose, we want 4 people specifically be on that one. And like in the past, we bring to you all the background and you're going to vote yes or no. And if the background is not good, you can vote no. And if the background is good, we can vote yes. The rest is up to you. I don't know, I'm tired. I just, whatever you decided.
So let's go ahead and vote for the
resolution based on the amended version. And so can we put that up on the screen?
Director Liberatore, what's your vote?
No.
No? Okay.
No. Okay.
And Cash, your vote?
He's up there.
He abstained.
Abstain, okay. Motion passed.
Okay, great. Next item is director comments. Any director comments at this point? Okay, I know. Okay, let's try.
Oh, yes, I do have a comment.
Okay.
I was chastised twice at this meeting not having been heard. In public. I have legal considerations about the town hall and what was said there. I have no qualms with what the members and residents did. Okay? At times I believed what they believe, and sometimes I still do, but otherwise no. But there are some issues I have with that, and I expected not to be insulted here because I disagreed with some things said by some person in the meeting, because another member could say something on the other side, but I was not allowed to speak except for twice. I stood, I raised my hand and waved. I was not recognized until people in the audience pointed to me and said, "Maggie's waving her hand."
We could talk about this more in closed session.
Yes, that's where I preferred the entire discussion to be. Thank you.
Well, I have a similar objection as Maggie, because today I felt like that whole thing was staged today with them bringing up my emails, and that you allowed a director to sabotage me today in this meeting. I had to stop it. So where's your plan? You said we couldn't do that kind of stuff. You know, what I responded had nothing to do with, pointing the finger. I just stated what my
Yeah, and
view was.
when there are personal attacks, I like to stop it as quickly as I can, and
You didn't stop it.
I tried.
No, I was blasting.
Okay.
Understood. Any other comments? Director comments?
Yes. To respond to what I heard, I don't know why one director give any right to herself to scream, say whatever she wants any minute without even getting permission, interrupt other directors while I was talking, and then at the end still complain. It was my time. I was sitting here, and when other people talking, I am listening. And when is most of the time, one or two directors, when I am talking, they drop the words and they are saying, I think we should all follow one protocol, period. When somebody talk, we should follow Robert rules and not through even one words. Just listen, that's it.
Okay, let's talk about any more town hall issues at our closed meeting. Let's be done with that. Then committee reports. Can we be very brief with our committee reports? It's already 1:45.
Could we pass on
Or
that?
should we pass on them again?
Yes, it's 2
Well,
o'clock.
Director Ross, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
These reports, we agreed to have them in the agenda.
Yes.
So to do away with them right now, there is a protocol. For instance, in the order of business, the agenda covers order of business and other complementary things like the Pledge of Allegiance. And according to Section 41 in Robert's Rules, when we have something in an agenda and it's been approved, then we have to make accommodations to take care of that. We can't just drop it. And so either we call, I don't know, there's options. You can call a special meeting or whatever you want to do. But once we approve something in the agenda, we just can't do away with it because we're hungry.
Right.
I mean, we have to do.
Well, I'm willing to go ahead with it if you want, but everyone's kind of getting
Well,
hungry.
I'm just saying, we have to do something. We can do, or we can make some other arrangement.
Set up a
but
special
We just can't
meeting.
ignore it.
Okay.
And it's in Robert's Rules, Section 41, Section 41:5, and then 21 through 24. It tells us how it should be. It should come back, if we don't want to have a special meeting, then it should come back in the next meeting under general orders, which comes under unfinished business.
Okay.
Because the people at home, the ones that are listening in, that's what we're doing this for.
Right, absolutely.
Could I make a motion
Yeah,
to bring this up as unfinished business?
At our-
Postpone it
At our next meeting.
to the next meeting.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor? Is there anyone opposed to that? Bring all the committee reports into unfinished
Pay
business.
attention.
Into unfinished business for next meeting.
General order under unfinished business.
So it would be brought up at the next meeting.
We have to read it on the unfinished business rather than at the end?
Read Section 41 of Robert's Rules.
I know, but.
Well, read it. That'll answer all your questions.
We're voting to discuss this at our next board meeting, right? In unfinished business.
Oh,
The committee.
we are,
Go ahead.
I believe the motion was to move the committee reports to the next meeting.
Right, right.
Yeah.
All right?
Next meeting has committee report. Why we should?
Well, because there are
Combine them.
different ones for
We'll combine
GR,
it.
because we haven't heard our committee reports in several months,
Right.
Yeah.
in several months. So we might
is-
need to hear all those committee reports sometime. And
Well,
maybe we'll have a short agenda next
As
time to do that.
alternatively, we could call a special meeting in a few days and make it an open meeting and discuss these items.
We
So that we
could.
don't have to wait a month.
It's an option.
We could, and we could then present all the important things for the last 2 or 3 months that have not been presented.
So I'd rather go that route and make a motion to have a special meeting set up and within the next week or so.
We
To do
just
that.
can't ignore the problem. We have to deal with it one way or the other.
I don't know if we can do that.
For a special meeting is a staff.
We have a
should
pretty
be-
full
Yeah.
governance calendar between now and the holidays. I don't know
Oh,
that that's going to
okay.
be possible.
All right.
We
So
can
let's-
get back to you.
Okay.
In January?
How about combine, as Tom said, combine with the next month?
Yeah.
All right.
Tom suggested
Okay.
combine to the
Yeah.
next month.
I think
Okay.
Motion covers it.
That's fine.
Yeah,
So
I think
let's,
we could do
anyone opposed to that motion?
What is the motion?
Which
please?
will,
The motion is
Put both.
to postpone the committee reports and combine it with next month's
next month's meeting.
committee reports.
I second that.
Okay, it's already been seconded, but that's fine. Okay, anyone opposed to that? Okay, that's what we'll do. 17 and 18 are combined, yeah.
No.
Bring a sleeping bag.
Yeah, well, 17 and 18, we're going to do the same thing. Do we need a motion for 18 as well? Oh.
Well, you said committee reports, you didn't specify.
Yeah, I think committee
Right.
reports
Yeah.
is
That would be
includes both 17
For
and
number
18.
17. Okay. Right.
Interboard, anti-harassment, anti-abuse.
That's automatic.
Yeah, it's automatic. It's on
Right,
28-day
right.
review.
Okay, at this point,
I'm going to recess this meeting. And close meeting will
Get in about 2:30. So we are all off to lunch. No.
Goodbye.
Upstairs. Willow.